Конечно. You have my number. Good morning, all of you. There is one request. Those who are getting admitted in this webinar, please don't press the present button. This present doesn't mean that you are absent or present. Your attendance. It is not attendance. So please do not press the present button. Thank you.
फोन पे फोन की तो बहुत छोटी फोन पे नहीं।
Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Good morning, all. जिनको एडमिट किया गया है, जो ऑलरेडी वेबिनार में हो चुके हैं, kindly do not press the present button. This is not your attendance.
Hello, hello.
Good morning again. I'm welcoming all the participants and requesting you not to press the present button, to keep yourself mute. Yes, even the video if you want. Yes.
Very nice.
These small things, will help us conducting the webinar in a smooth way. So please do not unmute.
Dr. Krishnakant Tripathi, are you there?
Hello, Pankaj ji.
Madam has joined program or not?
Madam HOD Department of Education has already joined and she is ready.
Okay.
So when
we will start at the right time, the scheduled time.
yes, when Miss Puspanjali will call Madam HOD, she will be welcoming all the participants and dignitaries.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
So may I start?
No, just start at 11:30 only. Just wait for 1 minute.
Right.
And it is requested that no one should unmute their mic, and preferably they can off their camera, because unwanted picture and the sound can appear during the program. So it is expected, and it's a humble request to do not unmute your mic, and if possible, just make off your camera and just say something through text message, through chat box, so we can reply on the chat box. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Pankaj sir, please tell me if it is
You can
I should start.
No, you can start now. Sorry.
Should I, sir?
Yes, please start.
This world is but a canvas to our imagination. Said by Henry David Thoreau. So, if the world is to be known, or if one has to learn about the world around us, art is the best aid. So is our topic today, art and learning, engaging all children with disabilities. A webinar organized in collaboration with Mizoram University, Mizoram, and NIEPVD Dehradun. For the beginners, I'll just tell you what is NIEPVD. It is the National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities. I'm Pushpanjali and will be moderating the webinar today. So, for welcoming the participants and all of us here, I request to do so Professor H. Malswamy, Head of Department Education, Mizoram University. Ma'am, are you present?
I'm here. Can you hear
Ma'am, are
me?
you present?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes. A brief introduction I would like to just give to the participants over here about Ma'am Malswamy. Dr. H. Malswamy is PhD in the thesis, a study of the gifted and creative college students with reference to their personality and problem-solving ability. She has administrative experience of being a member of University Court, Executive Committee, Mizoram University, Syllabus and Textbook Committee, MBOS, that is Meghalaya Board of Secondary Education, and Curriculum Development Committee for UG, MA, BEd, and MEd. Ma'am has participated and attended innumerable workshops, training and orientation programs sponsored by UGC at the state and national level. Ma'am was also a part of a project on evaluation of ICT at school scheme by SCERT, Mizoram. Ma'am, I welcome you once again. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Pushpanjali.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to the one-day webinar on art-aided learning, engaging all, including children with disabilities. This webinar, as Pushpanjali has said, it is jointly organized by Mizoram University and National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities, that is NIEPVD. Now, at the outset, I'd like to welcome one of the patron, that means one of our patron of this webinar, Professor J.K. Patnaik, who is the present Vice Chancellor of Mizoram University. He is a professor in the Department of Political Science and has a total teaching experience of 35 years. He has taken responsibilities as chairman and members of different boards and committees. He has authored many books and has written many articles in books and journals. A number of scholars have been awarded MPhil and PhD under his guidance. We are really privileged that he could join us today to inaugurate our webinar on such an important topic. I would also like to welcome another patron of our webinar, Dr. Himanshu Das, who is at present the Director of National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities, Chennai. He has been instrumental in establishing composite regional centers for persons with disabilities in 6 states in India. He has over 23 years of extensive experience in the field of disability rehabilitation, from clinical, administrative, policy level research work and academic perspective. Dr. Das has comprehensive proficiency at government and non-government, grassroots and higher level of management for both academic and service delivery aspect of disability rehabilitation. And we are really very glad that he could be with us today to inaugurate our webinar. My welcome also goes to Dr. Pankaj Kumar, who will be talking about the theme of our national webinar. Dr. Pankaj Kumar is presently working as Assistant Professor at National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities under Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of Mizoram. He is also in charge of National Accessible Library Security and NIC Nodal Officer of the Institute. He has also coordinated few important projects, including development of directory for persons with vision loss in India and development of parameters and quality indicators for special schools for visually impaired. He has also been nominated as an expert group member by the Rehabilitation Council of India. I also would like to welcome one of our resource person, Mr. Kapil Galot, who has been working with SDMC School, Baprola in New Delhi for the past 14 years. He has a very vast experience of working on pedagogy as a trainer for more than 10 years in SCERT and NCERT. Presently, he is working as a mentor teacher for 14 schools in Delhi to help teachers in the field of pedagogical, emotional problems of students and teachers. He is an expert in art integrated learning, and he will be talking on the topic and art integrated activities in inclusive classroom. Next, my welcome also goes to another resource person, Dr. Suman Kumar Singh. Dr. Singh belongs to Siwan district of Bihar. He is a teacher by profession and has made invaluable contribution in the development of Hindi textbooks of the elementary and upper classes of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Singh is a resource person of SCERT, Patna, and NCERT, New Delhi. His contribution is very important in the development of the Art Integrated Learning Handbook developed by NCERT. And he will be talking on planning on engaging students with disabilities in classroom activities. Another resource person whom I would like to welcome is Miss Surinder Kaur, who is a mentor teacher in the Directorate of Education for the past 4 years. Storytelling and puppetry are her strong areas. Her High Five Approach project has been awarded by NCERT at national level. She has been working extensively on emotional intelligence and mental health issues. Today, she will be talking on connecting art and emotional intelligence in the classroom. Uh, my warm welcome also goes to our main resource person, Professor Pawan Sudhir, who is the head of the Department of Education in Arts and Aesthetic, National Council of Educational Research and Studies, Delhi. Professor Sudhir joined NCERT in 2009. Prior to this, she had 20 years of experience with SCERT, Delhi, in different capacities as teacher educator. She was in charge of B.Ed program, was controller of examination and secretary SCERT Delhi. She had also spearheaded a number of state and national level projects. And has been one of the authors in the development of a number of resource books, handbooks, textbooks, curriculum, and also presented research papers in a number of conferences. Today, she will be talking on an integrated learning and role of teacher. We are really lucky to have her as a resource person. Also, I would not forget to welcome our two organizing secretaries, Dr. Krishna Kant Tripathi, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Education, Mizoram University, and Dr. Pankaj Kumar, who is also an assistant professor, NIEPVD. Both of them have published articles in various journals, and both of them are very much instrumental in organizing this national webinar. Without them, our webinar could not have materialized. Thanks to both of them. But last but not the least, my very heartfelt welcome to all the participants of this one-day webinar on art-aided learning, engaging all, including children with disabilities. I do welcome each and every one of you, and I really do hope that you will be with us the whole day, and I hope that all will be benefited by what we are about to hear and learn. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes. And now we move on with the webinar. And as the webinar is a joint collaboration, may I request Pro Vice Chancellor, Mizoram University, Professor J.K. Patnaik, to kindly render the inaugural address. Sir, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Malswamy. Respected Director, Dr. Himanshu Das, Dr. Pankaj Kumar, Mr. Kapil Galot, Mentor and National Research Person NCERT, Suman Kumar Singh, Surinder Kaur, Professor Sudhir, Pawan Sudhir, Professor Krishnakant, Akhilesh Kumar, and other teacher trainers as well as participants. Very good morning to all of you. It has been a privilege on my part to be associated with this wonderful webinar this morning today. I'm really immensely happy to be part of this inauguration program and to inaugurate, which is an honor for me, this webinar. Actually, the theme of the webinar is very interesting for me. Although I do not have the domain expert knowledge or expertise, I have got a little bit of understanding based on whatever little learning readings that I have had this morning about this art-aided learning, engaging all, including children and disabilities. The instantaneous reaction that came to my mind when I was approached by the organizing secretary, Dr. Krishnakant, Dr. KK, who is in RSA. And of course, I did not express to him. The instantaneous reaction or the feeling was, when you talk about art-aided learning, this is a wonderful kind of medium for children, which would afford them the necessary freedom and the ability to express themselves. And herein lies the responsibility of the teacher, the educators, and the teacher educators in inculcating a sense of belonging to the niceties of art and architecture. Indian civilization, Indian tradition has have a wonderful tradition on expressing through art and architecture. We have, in the olden times, art was the medium through which knowledge was being transmitted. We have seen, even today, the monuments, the temples, the carvings, which are the repositories of Indian civilization. The Indianness, the Indian culture, Indian tradition, everything gets, all these things we can find in our temples, in our architectures, because these are the repository of knowledge. So knowledge was being expressed, ideas were being expressed through music, through art, culture, and so on. Even in the toughest of our times of Indian civilization, we never gave up this important medium to express ourselves. Not only India, all across the world, people express their emotions, their ideas through art and architecture. Of course, architecture is a totally different thing. That's not part of the today's theme. But art-aided learning is an important dimension of education. Before this morning, just before I switched on this to join this webinar, I was just having a glance at the National Curriculum Framework 2005. Interestingly, what I've noticed is that the vision and perspective of that curriculum framework has been stated very nicely, whereby a children has to have very less curriculum load. The intention is to do away with rote learning. The rote learning mechanism, which we imbibed during the colonial times, because for us, the medium of instruction at the time was alien to us. Obviously, for that reason, to express certain things, we had to have rote learning. And this colonial kind of learning, method of learning, was not able to deliver the extent of the creativity that we need to express ourselves. And there was an urgent need to transform ourselves in the post-independent India. When we wanted to transform ourselves from this colonial type of learning to our own Indianness, indigenous learning process, we have to change our curriculum framework. Of course, we have several times examined and analyzed in the post-independent India our curriculum framework. And one of the important dimensions of this curriculum framework 2005, I have noticed today, is that besides these 4 important curriculum areas that need to be focused for children, that is languages, mathematics, science and social sciences, the first thing, besides these 4, the first thing, the other focus areas that I found was among them, the first thing was art education, music, drama, visual arts, and theater. Actually, this enables the children to express themselves. Besides that, of course, there are other focus areas. There are other 4 focus areas, 3 focus areas. But importantly, this dimension of learning has to be given due importance in the context of specifically the physically challenged people. Of course, ordinary children also will have their own share to express themselves. So knowledge has to be expressed, and there has to be freedom to express the knowledge. And the feeling, emotions of individuals need to be expressed, and there has to be a medium. And nothing can substitute art. Nothing can substitute music, dance, or even theater. Now, in the context of the physically challenged, this medium is the most appropriate medium, in my opinion, because you cannot, if you do not have the right kind of medium, then you are denying the people of their legitimate right to express themselves. In India, we have to give more importance to the physically challenged or the people with disabilities, the opportunity. We have to give them the opportunity. And we have to see that we are no way different from the other parts of the world. I have had a little bit of exposure outside in the Western countries, where I've seen the people with disabilities are given so much of importance. They are considered to be the part of the society more than we have. Having said that, let me tell you, Indian society is also no less conscious about its responsibility in looking after the needs of the people with disabilities. We do. We have, but now in the 21st century, we cannot have a sympathetic approach or empathetic approach. It is their legitimate right to understand and express their ideas and their emotions and their philosophies. And we have seen many people with disabilities have excelled in their lives, in their respective domains. And by imparting this art-based learning, we can extract maximum from, or we can get maximum, extract is the wrong word. We can say that get maximum from this section of the population. Interestingly, this morning I was also checking the statistics of these visually handicapped people. Luckily, it's declining. It is declined to the extent of 50% almost from the last census. In the present census now, we have got 50,32,000 people with visually handicapped. In Mizoram, the state of Mizoram, it has declined drastically, the number of population. Now we have only 2,035 people. It's not the question of numbers, but it is also important to look after this segment of the society. They have the right, they have the freedom, they need to be given the opportunity to express themselves, and nothing can substitute than art-based learning, art-based education. And for that reason, all the teachers engaged in teaching, as well as the trainers who teach the teachers, they must look after this dimension, an important dimension, so that the people whom we say that are handicapped, they are not handicapped. They are specially challenged. They are having the special faculty which they can express with about their own emotions and their feelings and ideas, and they can contribute to the well-being of the society. I stop here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to inaugurate this one-day national webinar. I congratulate all the participants for having participated in this webinar. This is an opportunity, although we are passing through very difficult times, and we are also getting tech savvy, and now we are able to communicate with each other, and this should be a wonderful webinar today that we should enjoy, and I hope all of you will enjoy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your address. And I now request our most respected and Reverend Director, sir, Dr. Himanshu Das, who, apart from the academic merit that he possesses, right now holds 2 positions as director, shoulders the responsibilities of 2 national institutes, NIEPVD Dehradun and NIEPMD Chennai. He is the man behind bringing NIEPMD and NIEPID for the intellectually disabled at the center stage of rehabilitation services for the persons with disabilities. Instrumental in setting CRCs, that is the composite resource centers that are rendering services, rehabilitation services to 6 states. He definitely is a dynamic personality, ladies and gentlemen. So, welcome, sir. Are you there, sir?
Yes, please. Continue.
So please go on.
Thank you so much, Pushpanjali ji, for giving such a humble introduction of mine, which of course I do not reserve. Anyway, thank you so much for bringing me here and giving me this opportunity. First of all, Professor J.K. Patnaik, sir, the Pro Vice Chancellor of Mizoram University. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us this opportunity to collaborate and partner with your very, very esteemed Central University. Malasamy sir, Professor Malasamy sir, thank you so much for taking up this initiative, and also the organizing secretary, Krishna Kant Tripathi ji and Pankaj Kumar ji, my colleague and my team, and also the very, very coveted resource persons that we have today. We have with us Kapil Gehlot ji, Suman Kumar Singh ji, Surinder Kaur ji, Professor Pawan Sudhir ji, Dr. Krishna Kant Tripathi ji. All of you I'm so thankful to all of you, and Dr. Akhilesh Kumar ji. It has been a proud privilege to see such a esteemed group of people getting together here for such a very, very different and a very, very difficult type of a team for engaging children with different disabilities. With my experience of working in the field of disability sector, By and large, if you do a review of analysis of study of different special schools, inclusive school, integrated schools, and the clinics across our country, you will find it has been taken over by various disciplines other than art and craft, or for such say the co-scholastic part of it, or the extracurricular part of it, or the curricular part of it, which we have wrongly, of course, named them as extracurricular, co-curricular, or co-scholastic, which I strongly believe. Wherein, when you see the deeper essence of, for say, psychological services that we give in different schools for children with special needs, the occupational therapy, the physiotherapy, the special education part of it, or the speech therapy part of it, every kind of therapy or multidisciplinary service that we give for persons with disabilities, every therapy actually talks about or inbuilds somehow the art part of it. But unfortunately, because of whatever reason, we have failed to recognize it as a core discipline. Wherein, if you study the deeper aspect of it in many countries abroad, it has independently emerged as a specific discipline in itself. For that country, in the developed nations, we find dance therapy, theater therapy, music therapy, drama therapy, art therapy, different other host of other therapies going on for persons with special need. And all of them had been able to prove the significance of these kind of therapies vis-a-vis in comparison to traditional kind of disciplines that have been offering services to this population. So that's how we definitely know there is a very, very strong role of art in the lives of persons with special needs till the period that we will not accept this as a core discipline of intervening persons with special need. I'm afraid that we will lose out on the development, on the essence of whatever different kind of characteristics or different kind of abilities that we are talking of building in persons with special needs. I had a small experience of having to do with a drama therapy with a group of special need children. And they could demonstrate me over a year time how they were taking on behavioral improvement through drama, speech improvement through drama, physiotherapy through drama, occupational therapy through drama, and special education through drama. And vis-a-vis when we had the other group, which was in the normal classroom, of course, in the special education classroom, have giving traditional services, this drama group was doing wonder. Primarily because this whole process of drama therapy was so much creative, so much innovative, and it was so deeper in sense that everybody, the teacher, the student, the editor, the coordinator, everybody, and the parents were so deeply involved in the whole process of this drama therapy, which we had 1 hour every day in the special school. Similarly, I had the experience of music therapy. So initially, it was considered that this was for teaching of music. Later on, through different help of occupational therapists, speech therapists, psychologists, and clinical psychologists, we could come up to a level of understanding how this music, when the moment we label this music not as a music class, but as a music therapy class, and called on different disciplines to study how this therapy was impacting lives of these special needs children, we could easily get their attention, their perception, their sensory capacities. So many things it was able to attract, including things like including learning embedded in terms of, say, number concepts. Say the pre-primary education, whole of the pre-primary education concept was built in that music therapy classroom. So one side we have this host of psychological variables to achieve. Another side we have host of special education variables to achieve, and we had a lot of speech goals to achieve, a lot of other goals to achieve. And through this music therapy class, we could incorporate all these goals into the music therapy system. That's how these days we keep talking about a kind of a service which we have termed as transdisciplinary services, wherein, for example, at the core we keep art therapy, and then we ask help from clinical psychologists, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, special education experts, and different other disciplines, those are working in the field of special need, to incorporate all their required goals into the art therapy segment. That is what we are looking forward as a new revolutionary strategy in teaching children with special need, and more so when it comes to the high support need disability, when it comes to intellectual disability, autism, cerebral palsy, multiple disability, and mental illness, and a host of other complex disabilities where we know that mental health is an integral part. We know that there are so many complexities, so many other disorders are integrally involved into one disability. So many complex diseases are involved into that disability. So many cross-cultural aspect, cross-family aspect, and so many complex variables are involved in the rehabilitation process. Under such circumstances, the traditional format of psychology and special education and speech doesn't work. So we are looking at it from a future revolutionary strategy. That's how I definitely appreciate Mizoram University and my team from coming up together. I hope in future we should be able to conduct many such programs, do some studies, and sort of propose to the Rehabilitation Council of India and the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, to take on this art-aided learning to a different level and start maybe certificate diploma, postgraduate diploma, or some kind of modular courses to take up to the level of masters in kinds of different kind of therapy that we can offer to persons with special need. Because lastly, when I visited Australia, of course, in all the countries I have seen art therapy and different kind of alternative therapies taking root for persons with special need. In Australia, when we demanded to the government that we want to see the best of your school, and then when they took us to a school, we realized that school was doing the best only because of its core value embedded in the art therapy segment. So that's how I have found the best school in Australia today is the school which has adopted art therapy as its primary value. So I wish all our special school, all our inclusive school, all our integrated schools, the rehab clinics will adopt this in due course of time, and that will happen only when universities like Mizoram University and National Institute like us will collaborate, will converge, and come up with such courses which will help both in pre-service and in-service training of the huge pool of rehab professionals that we have. So once again, I salute Professor J.K. Patnaikji and Malsa Wamiji and all our faculty members who have joined us. And many, many thanks to Krishnakant Tripathi and Pankaj Kumarji for being hugely contributing to this program. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for highlighting the importance of therapy, in the art-aided learning. Thank you so much. I now request Pankaj sir, Dr. Pankaj Kumar, who is Assistant Professor NIEPVD Dehradun. I would like to say a few things about sir, because he takes care of many things in the institute. So I would like to just highlight those. He takes care of the NAC for the listeners and for the participants. NAC, National Accessible Library of the institute. Accessible means here making it easier for the persons with disabilities to access print, etc. So that is what he is responsible for. And also, he takes care of the security of the institute, without which it would be very difficult for the members in the institute, for persons like us and all of us over here, to move around. And for the functioning of the institute also, I would say, in these pandemic times especially. Also, he is Nodal Officer NIC, that is the person behind this webinar, and also ICT activities, all the ICT activities that the institute has been conducting all these days over here. So, welcome, sir, and please go ahead, sir. Are you there, sir?
Thank you, Puspanjali ji. And I want to thank our the senior officials of both the organization for permitting us to go ahead with this program. So I first of all thank to all the senior authorities of Mizoram University and our institute, and especially our director sir, who is always inspire us to organize such a program and to collaborate with different agencies. So and again, I welcome all the participants to join this program, and we are very hopeful that this program will create some new avenues in the field of disability, because when we talk about the education of persons with disabilities, then lots of activities are going with the help of art, and these are art integrated, but we are not making it integrated part of the learning of persons with disability. Instead, we do have a separate paper, that is drama and art in education, was introduced in the curriculum of B.Ed special education program in year 2015. So I want to just share 1, 2, 3 slide from the theme of this program.
Huh? Huh?
So
इसमें बैठो ना, क्या दिक्कत है? मेरा काम है सिर्फ 5-5 मिनट का ही काम है, ऐसा ड्यूटी नहीं है।
please mute कर।
हाँ ना?
Okay, so we are integrating art in the learning, and we have to engage. We want to engage all the children with disabilities in the education, and so in the learning process and teaching learning process. So first, we have to understand what is the art, and what is the art. Art is an expression of human creative skills and imagination. It's an expression. It's a expressing the thoughts and the values or some innovative style of expression. And what is the expression actually? Expression is the outer manifestation of inner state. What we feel, what we thought, and what we realize, we express, and we can express in a different manner. So expression could be artistic. And when we are expressing something in a new way, in a noble style or in different style, then this becomes an artistic expression. And artistic expression is a human ability. Actually, when we appreciate an object and a product in context of the harmonious structure, arrangement of this the product or the material, or the arrangement of sound, words, and anything else which are based on vision or any senses, and otherwise they will create it as artistic expression. So, and when we talk about the disability, then disability represents the diversity of human abilities. It's an obvious nature that that disability is a very good example of human diversity. When we are talk about persons with any kind of disabilities, then we can easily see there is a diverse need available in a group of population. When we spread any ability in context of any ability, when we see the population of human beings, then we can easily see that they will spread on a normal probability curve. Some person may possess a higher ability extent, or some may show or exhibit low ability or low function in that particular area. But it doesn't mean that person will cannot exhibit other abilities, other capabilities in themselves. So we do have the rights of persons with disabilities in 2016. In December 2016, the Government of India introduced the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. And according to this act, 21 disabilities has been introduced. Earlier, it was 7 as per the 1995 Act, that was Persons with Disabilities Act. But after introduction of this act, now we have 21 disabilities. So the definition of disabilities has been changed from 2016 December onwards. Now we are seeing disability as in a wider canvas, or we do have a more diverse category in the persons of disabilities category. So what is this? These the ability disability is example of some limitation or some diverse needs actually. So what are the limitations? That could be different for different kind of disabilities, because each and every category of disabilities, when we classify the category of disabilities, then we can easily see that their limitations are different and their needs are different. For example, we can see the example of visual impairment person. So person with visual impairment, in general, there are three major challenges faced by the persons with disabilities. First is the limitation in range and variety of experience. They may face the challenges in getting information. Therefore, their experiences, the source of information is restricted, and their information experience to information may be restricted in the context of the range of information and range of experiences and the variety of information. Further, there is limitation in mobility. They may feel restricted in moving from one place to another place. And third one is the major limitation in control over environment. They want to control over their environment, but they cannot. For example, if 3-4 people are sitting in one place and one unknown incident happening, which is visual based, the persons with visual impairment may not be aware of that. For further example, when 5-6 friends are sitting in a room and one teacher just enter in the room, all will be just get alerted, but persons with student with visual disability may not be. So there are several, we can say, challenges, and challenges are different for different category of disabilities. So when we will talk about the hearing impairment or learning disability or persons with intellectual disability, things will be and abilities will be different and challenges will be different. So when we are talking about these abilities, so we have to think upon one of the theory of multiple intelligence that was given by Howard Gardner, and he firmly believes that persons do have very diverse kind of intelligences. So when we consider one person, which person is intelligent or which person is not intelligent, we may prove that Sachin Tendulkar is not intelligent one, because in the definition of intelligence in our current or academic structure, we do believe that intelligent one is only through major academic activities. And Howard Gardner strongly say that intelligence could be of different type, and these are that was introduced in his book Frames of the Mind. So 8 kind of intelligence was introduced by Howard Gardner, and he said that many of persons are intelligent in a very different way. Some could be word smart, they have good linguistic intelligence. Some do have good logical or mathematical intelligence, so we can say them number smart. Further, one can be in a very smart in listening music, performing music, and appreciate music. So that kind of person or children could be music smart. Many of students are very good in physical work, or in a very they have good eye-hand coordination, hand and leg coordination. These all, so they could be a body smart learner. In some children, they do have very good quality of spatial intelligence. Means they can visualize the things in very good manner. They can frame graphs. They can appreciate graphs, charts, and pictures and these all. They have a very good visual representation in their brain. Actually, when we see with our brain, not through eyes only. Brain is actively participating when we see anything, because you can take one example. We have 2 eyes and we are seeing one thing. It means our brain is fusing picture taken from both eyes and making it one. So visualizing the things is the task of brain. So some student could be picture smart and do possess very good spatial intelligence. Further, some people could be do have some very good interpersonal intelligence or interpersonal abilities, so that they can make very easily good friends and can work with anyone. So these are the good abilities. They could be termed as people smart, and many of us are very good in knowing ourselves, and they could be self smart. And the last, eighth one is naturalistic smart, nature smart. Many of us know our nature very well, and this all category of the intelligences prove very well that many of us could be body smart, many of could be music smart, many of could be the picture smart. So many of us could be nature smart. So it's give us a very good potential to work upon the new teaching learning system, and we can recognize potential of lots of students available in our classroom, and by utilizing these potentials and accepting the limitation and strength of children with disabilities, we can create wonderful activities in the classroom. First of all, we have to accept the limitation of that particular child, and that limitation in context of that particular category of disability. We cannot expect a person with visual disability to perform picture or some kind of painting type of work. So we can, and some of them can do. So we can think upon some substitute of the art activities. And the very good thing with the art is that it's a expression of that particular child. When we're talking about the teaching, not talking about the we are talking about the learning, not talking about the teaching, then learning is very concerned with the children. And when we're talking about the learning of children with students with disabilities, then we have to very specific, and we have to concern about the condition of that particular child. And we have to move from teaching to learning. And when we are saying teaching learning activity process, so I will stress that we should say learning teaching process, because learning is more important, and teaching is important, but teaching is for facilitating learning only. So we have to think upon so many activities, and art do have a very good opportunity, a very big opportunity to create so many activities for children to do engage in various kind of teaching learning process. For example, there are when we are talking about some kind of universal design for learning, there are three principles of universal design for learning. First one is multiple means of representation. Second is multiple means of expression. And third one is multiple means of engagement. So representation is about the teacher. What teacher want to represent, and how he or she is representing the content before the students. So as a student, how content is being represented before the student is very important. And expression is about how children are allowed, or students are allowed to express their learning skills, and how they learn, what they learn, they can express. And this could be given also multiple opportunities in a very varied way to just respond over the particular kind of activities. And the last one is multiple means of engagement. The most important thing is the multiple means of engagement. When we engage any student, with a certain kind of activity, certain kind of teaching learning, certain kind of learning content, then that particular student will be connected with that. When we are teaching something about nature, students should be engaged with that value, that particular activity in nature around them. So these three activities are very, very important when we are thinking upon the inclusive classroom, and art do have the most potential to represent and strengthen these all three principles, which are especially known as the principles of universal design for learning. So art could be integrated in multiple means of representation. While a teacher is representing the content in various manner, they can use drama, they can use painting, they can use so many things during presentation of the lesson. Students can use art while they are expressing so many learned content, how they learn, and assessment could be done through the help of art activities. And last one, the engagement. And there are so many activities can be done that could be engage the learners engage the learner with that particular content. So we have arranged this webinar to facilitate or explore the opportunities before the teachers, and this will explore lots of prospective teachers are joined in this webinar, and we are very hopeful that we can explore so many things, so many possibilities, and how we can strengthen the teaching learning process for children with disabilities. And so many resource persons are today connected with us, and we are much hopeful that all resource persons will show and they will put up their perspective as well as some activities here to how these activities and art can change the teaching learning process. They can change the learning environment of the classroom and can make the learning have a fun. So we will enjoy today the complete session of this art aided learning webinar, and we are much hopeful this kind of more activities could be organized in the near future. And again, I welcome all the resource persons, and we are very thankful to Professor Pawan Sudhir Madam, who is very renowned personality in the field of art integrated learning or art aided learning. And we are very, we feel privileged that she's with us today. And at last, she will give some recommendations, and she will also give us a very good perspective how art is very important in the classroom. So thank you, and thank you for joining this webinar. And over to Puspanjali ji.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that presentation, and mainly introducing the disability, that is visual impairment, to the participants who are not much aware of about the field of disability. Thank you so much, sir. We now begin with the technical session, but sir has already begun actually, apart from the theme presentation that he had given just now. So the first speaker or the next speaker is Mr. Kapil Gehlot, mentor teacher, then SDMC Delhi, that is the South Delhi Municipal Corporation Delhi, and National Resource Person NCERT. Gehlot sir would speak on art integrated activities in inclusive classroom. I think HOD madam has already welcomed and spoken about the your achievements, sir. So without wasting much time or without much ado, you can start with your presentations.
Thank you, Pushpanjali ji. Sabhi ko namaste. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj and team, for giving me the opportunity to come in front of you to present my views. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible,
Yes,
sir.
Yeah.
As Dr. Pankaj discussed earlier about types of intelligence that are being observed these days, you also discussed the limitation and strength of the differently abled children that we are talking about today. You also told to be more careful about learning than teaching, and also give a new aspect of teaching learning to learning teaching. That is what a teacher should think, behave, and represent. I'm going to present and discuss the practical part of the phenomena and theories that my friend Dr. Pankaj has discussed. At first, art is a combination of drama, music, singing, listening, dance, puppetry, visual, mask, drawing, and a lot of things that we even can't observe. It can be observed in nature, in our books, in everything that is around us, in our environment. That is full of art itself. And when I talk about art integrated learning, that is the main concept today. Integration of art with other subjects can be observed these days, means that art, visual art, performing art, and literary art, becoming an integral part of teaching learning process. It also implies adopting an art integrated curriculum where art becomes the basis of classroom learning. Art at the center of curriculum helps in clarifying concepts. It helps in teaching. It helps in learning. It helps in to develop a good environment of the class. Today, I'll discuss for the betterment of classroom environment and teaching learning process. That is learning and teaching process in the aspect of special students. That how art can be integrated with different subjects. At first, I would like to say, what is art integrated learning? You must know about that. What is art integrated learning? In this, we use art as a tool. The dictionary meaning of integration is the act of combining or adding part of making a unified whole. So we will say art integrated learning means combining art with the teaching and learning of different curricular areas. That is using art as a tool in mathematics, using art as a tool in science, using art as a tool to teach and learn mathematics, science, English, or any language. Means subjects such as the languages, social sciences, social studies, mathematics can be correlated with art. So means art activities that we are going to present in our class are helpful in understanding the concepts. Sometimes art can clarify science concepts with ease. Better than the practical sessions, art is able to clarify those. Thus, the abstract concepts with the subject can be concretized using different art forms. Learning in this way helps to increase knowledge and understanding of the subject areas, and also fosters a great appreciation of arts. That is what is called holistic development or complex learning. Art provides a language of expression. This expression can be visual or in a or in a form of puppetry expression, or in a form of a dance performance, or in a form of a song, whatever they want to express. One more thing is that art learning art as a tool is considered as a joyful learning because it is a natural medium for free expressions of one's imagination. He need not to think much about it. It is natural. It is totally natural expression. Thoughts where every learner has the freedom to be different and unique. It is a pedagogy, art integrated learning at school level that provides creative space to each and every student of the class, whether he is a special child, he is a normal child, whether he is a gifted one, whether he is a differently abled, whichever words we use. It provides creative space for every learner to explore, experience, express, celebrate without worrying about the judgment. That means there is nothing to worry about right and wrong in arts. Here the learner is encouraged to experience art as a process and no worry about the product which helps them convenient. Arts also address the diverse learning needs. That is, every student of our class has diverse needs, and provide every learner with alternative means of expression where they can explore, they can experience a topic more deeply without without any pressure of overcome, which results in joyful learning. And now the question arises: how it is helpful in inclusive setup? When we talk about inclusive setup, means that the students who are differently abled are in our class in an inclusion. We are observing it in our schools also. One of the most important aspects of this art is there is no right, no wrong. It is just simply an expression. Knowledge is approached in an experiential manner only. There is no need to segregate, separate the artwork with the literate from the illiterate. Literate also do art, illiterate also do art, the disabled also do art, the non-disabled also do art. There is no need to separate the disabled, abled, non-disabled, or the boys from the girls. It is only expression to the self. It helps the disadvantaged to express their innermost feelings, thoughts. The work of art, similarly, the belongings to the communities that suffer social ostracism can work easily alongside the others in the class, because art is a journey where no one has all the answers. Everyone has different answers and no one has all the answers also, because art is a journey where no one has all the answers. Art activities help the children engage with each other so that barriers are gradually broken and children belonging to different backgrounds can communicate among themselves. One more thing is there, when we talk about disabled students or specially able students, they are not disabled neither. We can't say them disabled, because children with speech impairment have other organs to speak. They have eyes to speak. We cannot speak only by our mouth. We have eyes to speak. We have hands to speak. Others have their expressions to speak. Those who are visually impairment have fingers that can see. They have ears that can see. They have tongue that can see. They have their body that can see. Children with hearing impairment, now we are talking with hearing impairment children, have other organs to hear. Here we have to give them opportunity only to make them listen, to see and hear. Their steps should always go forward to live life without limits. They should be given different chances, and teachers should present many scenarios to sharpen their senses of feeling, listening, and touching. We have to give them experience. We have to do some activities in our class. We have to give them different art experiences that to sharpen their senses of feeling, listening, and touching, so that the thing that they don't have, apart from them, that they have the senses that are full working are sharpened. Some activities that can be tried in our classes: card making, crafts, hand loom weaving, music for enjoyment and fun in our class, and play work. After some time, I'll discuss more activities with complete examples and photographs also that the students are going to do. Activities not just skills, but an important achievement that helps to fight any sense of adequacy and build confidence in the students. Our art activities work as a boost in children to highlight the confidence and courage of the differently abled children. I have experienced it in my class also. One example I'll take: when I was doing music session with our class, the one child whose name was Shreya, non-disabled student, she was enjoying music, and she was the most leading student in my class at that time. Music is one of the best tools to express, not only for visually impaired, but for all people. Not only for hearing impaired, but for all people. If we want to say something to somebody, sometimes music helps us to express us better than the simple words. The art activities that we are going to offer in our class should convert the environment of the school listen please. Environment of the school from do not touch to touch and feel, please. I would like to repeat, do not touch to touch and feel, please, type scenario for differently abled students especially. They are to be encouraged to come, touch and feel certain things and try to do that tactile artwork. I'm having some examples of artwork with me also, will share with you. Art is not only that can be seen, art is that what can be touched, that can be felt, and that can be listened. And one can taste it also sometimes. For us, accessibility or inclusion and in classroom should have meant three things. The first is physical inclusion, that is accessibility, physical accessibility. The second is intellectual inclusion and accessibility. And the third, but not the least last, the most important thing is social inclusion also. Art gives a chance to all students to offer and accept social inclusion also. Well, with physical and intellectual inclusion, side by side going on, it acts as an anchor easily available that can be used as a medium to explore the ideas and help teachers and students to talk about so many concepts that are very different, that are very difficult to students also. Art experience makes them learn very easily and enjoying manner. I would like to share a few activities. Now I'd like to talk about art activities that can be done to engage students of class, be normal or specific, whether they are normal or specific. They all should be engaged in our class. We all divide our activities in many categories. That is first, sound related activities, that all students are active in that. The activities that are related to listening power or the hearing ability of the students, like clapping and whistling. For example, when I clap 3 times, the students will stand. When I clap 4 times, they will sit. When I clap 2 times, they have to jump. When I clap 1 time, they have to raise their one hand. This is sound related activity. This improves their communication skill also. It improves their concentration also. And the second, let me say, smell related activities. The directly related to smelling sense. I have done an activity in my class with blindfold eyes of all the students. There are 40 to 45 students in my class regularly, and I did an activity of recognizing the herbs without using any other sense except their nose. A few students were able to do it very fast. Others up in 15 minutes, others in 30 minutes. Means there was 100% result of most of the students. But no one was failed in that. Some students were able to recognize mint very easily. Others, ajwain, you must have heard ajwain with the help of sense. After that, they tulsi, basil. One or 3 students even recognize the smell of dhania also, dhania, pudina, adrak. They also they asked me to when they were unable to recognize the masala through their smell. They asked me to let them taste, and at last I felt that they should taste also. And at last they taste garlic, they taste ginger, they taste onion, and a few more that I forgot, a few more masalas by them, and they recognize that. After sound activity, smell activity, the third activity that can be designed is touch-related activities in our class. In these activities, all students will be samely eligible and eligible. Special students will take lead to in these activities. This activity that I am discussing is special students will take lead of it. When I'm talking about touch-related activities, I think about 20 to 25 students of my class were ineligible in these activities at very first time. They didn't complete the activity. They opened their eyes. They can't even recognize by touching things. And many students of my class observed the things by their touch and got succeed. The fourth activity is music or audio related activities. That is a type of sound related activity also. That is movement on rhythm and count, etc. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. We allot activity. We allot an activity on one number. When I count 1, the student will go forward. When I count 2, he will come backward. When I come 3, he have to run. When I come 4, he have to shake hand with the next student. When I try 5, he should raise his 2 hands. That is also a type of sound activity. And after that, I come to body movement or dance type activities. These activities may be designed for body movement in rhythmic ways or in a pattern, like we have to follow some pattern in that body movements. Singing a specific song is also a type of activity. One more thing is I want to discuss is activities for a class should not be designed specially for one group, and it should be designed for disabled students. It should be friendly to all students, but can be done also by all students of the class uniformly to develop a sense of inclusiveness. I've seen many examples that activities are designed by taking a pity situation on teachers. Sometimes develop a pity situation on the disabled students or specially able students, and he designed some activities according to them only. The other students didn't feel it good or didn't feel it interesting, and those students do it very well. At that time, they think that this is designed for themselves only. So activity should not be designed specially for one group. It should be done by all the students uniformly. I have organized an activity of card making with sutli or a thin type of rope. Let me show a material to you. This is a cardboard, only a simple cardboard or a piece of chart. I have written through pencil. This is LOVE, love. I have written through pencil only, and on that fevicol, and that a piece of rope, that is thin rope supli. These are few cards. This is love, tools. This is Hindi language word, badal, art, work. This activity was done in my class, and I'm having an example at my home. Let us do this activity with my. I'm having 3 kids with me, and I'm sharing this activity with you. I'll blindfold all their eyes, and they have to touch it only. They have to touch it only and recognize what is written there. Let us see this activity. Come here. Close your eyes. You take this one. You take this one. And you take this one. You all 3 have to close your eyes. Start touching it. You please start touching it and recognize what is it written.
Yes.
I'm talking to Sonakshi only. She's observing through her hands. Here the sense of inclusiveness is developing.
T
T
O
O, say aloud.
O
O
L
L
S.
S. That is what?
Tools.
Tools. Very good. Now open your eyes. Now come to Astha. She is having a word in her hands, and she is trying to recognize that with the help of touch only.
C
C
R
R
Y.
Y. Cry. That's good. That's good. That's good. Astha. Now the turn is of Sanskar. He's having. Close your eyes. Say aloud.
S E
C
A
A
C
C E. Very good. What is that? State. There are chances that they have opened their eyes because I was talking to you all. And this activity was designed by themselves only. This activity, they have prepared these cards, so they recognize it easily. But when I was doing it with my class, the students developed 40 words. They exchanged their words, and this activity goes on for 2 to 3 days per day, 2 to 3 days in many periods per day. So they enjoyed very well. They blindfolded. Sometimes they opened their eyes. They were very naughty. The छोटे बच्चे जो हैं वो बहुत शरारती थे. They were naughty. They opened their eyes and recognized the word, and then again closed their eyes. So this activity was helped them to develop an empathy. The empathy towards the specially able students. These are 3 to 4. These are 7 examples of this type of word. Where's that? Students blindfolded their eyes and exchanged their cards. Now there was a competition in the class who can read the word by touching it only. Many students did it within few seconds, and other students did it with some later. But the results were 100%, and I was shocked because the aim of the activity was to develop sensitivity, to develop empathy, to develop sympathy towards visually impaired students. Now they were shocked to see that it is very difficult to use braille by visually impaired students, and still they can read. So they are more intelligent than us, and it is very difficult. It is very difficult for us, and the difficulty level is different for differently abled people, and everyone has its own strengths and weakness. One more activity I would like to share: that making of a collage of a tree in the class. This activity went in the class 4th and 5th. I did it twice with 4th class and 5th class for about 7 to 8 days. And most significant was that the students used to do it in their free time without my help, in lunch, in free periods, after the lunch, and try to reach school early to complete it also. The activity was, the students of class were divided into group of 15. I have 45 students in my class, so 3 groups were formed. Each group was asked to collect materials from their school, surrounding, neighborhood, home, wherever it was, etc. for making a model of a tree. Students made human-sized tree in class walls. They collected material that was bark, leaves, brown paper from different magazines, different newspapers, green papers, cotton, cutouts, twigs, and many things that they can arrange. I can't even explain whatever they brought. They contribute hundreds of things. They made total 3 human-sized model of trees in my class. The first was arranging those materials and pasting. The second step was pasting. The students, 15 students of a group pasted it in a well-mannered shape of a tree in my class, and the learning teaching, right, Mr. Bhaskar? The learning teaching activity was going on in my classes with enthusiasm. They were asked to draw and paste the things that we get from plants in the second step. In the first step, they arranged material that was to make a collage of a tree. In the second step, I asked them to draw or paste the things that we get from plants, that we get from trees. Again, they did it very fast. They collected leaves, fodder, empty packets of medicines, gum bottles, vegetable cutouts, fruit cutouts, and I may forget something, but they didn't forget. And students of my class pasted, I recall an experience. One student, Ansh of my class, pasted an empty pouch, and when I asked, what is that? He told that there is oxygen in it. We get oxygen from plants, and I have filled this with oxygen. I went near the tree and filled this pouch with oxygen, and now it is filled with oxygen, and I want to paste it on the tree because we get oxygen from the tree also. The 4th class student is doing this activity. The students of also pasted some rubber pieces, sample of rubber, some sample of flowers, fruits on their trees also. Step 3, I asked them about the habitat that is observed near the tree. Students pasted animals, plants, and many insects also. The cutouts of they made in cutouts from newspapers, they draw and cut and from the older books also, and pasted those nearby the tree. In step 4, I discussed about photosynthesis. It is a different concept for class 3, 4, 5 students, but still they were feeling very enjoying at that time when the photosynthesis concept was discussed, and they were amazed that whether trees are able to make their own food. At last, full chapter holistically was delivered to students. Discussion with their own basic knowledge. The discussion went on in full class, and in this activity, each and every student of my class, whether he is locomotor disabled, whether he is whether he is low in studies, whether he is visually impaired, whether he is hearing impaired, or any type of differently student, all 100% took part in this session. The next activity, I would say, I'm going very fast because I have to tell you about 5 to 7 activities and also have many things to discuss more. The next activity that I did in my class with all students a whole is touch, feel, and say 5 things about the thing that you observed. They observed at first it was easier with big things and well-known things. Later, the students of the class observed even a groundnut and an almond. A groundnut and an almond, 4th and 5th class students used groundnut and almond with blindfold eyes and tell 5 differences in that case also. Even I was unable to find 5 differences between groundnut and at one point. This enhances their power of observation. In this activity, the students were blindfolded. Now the question arises: what was specially designed? Was it specially designed for differently abled students, or we can say special students in this activity? Here again, I would say that activity should be done in such a way in the class that all students exclusively take part in it without any hesitation and gains confidence. In the case of special students, they also get confident, and when they are not given different attention, they also work with normal students very comfortably. So I'd like to say that art is a medium, it is a tool, and if it is observed, practiced, and enjoyed in class, then there is no any other need to make differently abled students feel like inclusion. Art integration with subjects empowers the teachers to teach better, students to learn, empowers the teachers to teach better and the students to learn better. It also creates an enjoyable learning environment in class for all students. Now I have brought some problems that differently able students faces. I have talked to some special teachers and talked to differently able students of my class and my school and others also, and talked to them about the problems that they discuss in So I have written these problems here only. These are the problems. The first is low training of other skills and senses. The students have low training of other skills and senses, but art activities offers them training of other senses and other skills well, and they feel like very comfortable in our class. The other problem is others' curiosity about their abilities. Other students of the class. That means I have about 2 or 3 differently able students in my class. Other students were very curious to know about them. art activities enables others to come near to them. They enables the differently able students to talk to other students in different in whether different art activities are going on. So others' curiosity about are fulfilled, and they become very fast friends with others. The third is lack of teamwork, empathy, and support. And this was I discussed in my activity. In pre-activity there were teams of 15 members of a team. So there was teamwork, there was empathy when I blindfolded guys and I did this activity that I'm going to share. When I did this activity with students, empathy was there, and at last support was there. When a locomotor student wants to paste his leaf and he was standing near the floor and he wants to paste the leaf on the top of the tree, the other students helped him. They helped him to paste his leaf on the top of the tree. That is the point of support there. The other problem that the differently abled people face is negative attitude of people toward disability. In different type of art activities that we are doing in our this point is totally finished. In the mentality of the students changes for whole life. The negative attitude changes into positive attitude after doing our all activities. The fifth is mainstreaming challenges. Mainstreaming challenges are when they becomes into inclusive classrooms, and now we are doing the same in our classrooms. The inclusion is there only. So mainstreaming challenges have also overcome. The final is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is stress and depression. There is a big problem of stress and depression in differently able students, as defined as these all problems make them stressed and depressive. When they are doing their different art activities, when they are feeling like fun in different activities, they are getting cooperation, they are getting support, they are doing the teamwork, they are having empathy, their skills are developed, their senses are developed. So the stress is decreased and the depression also decreased. The third is the last another lack of support from colleagues. So this point is also diminished by using these things. Other is lack of acceptance, and when we are doing different art activities, less acceptance is there between other students of the class, and they also accepted the differently abled one, and the differently abled one also accepted the others. Sometimes we have observed that the other students are accepting the differently abled guy, but the differently abled one don't want to be friend of anyone, or because of the stress and depression, because of the negative attitude of people towards disability he has faced before. Because of the curiosity about his abilities of others. But when we are doing our art activities, there is a acceptance developed between both parties. The other is disorganization. The next is negative phrases about disabilities. Many students in my class were also used negative phrases about disabilities earlier. But when I started different activities, they came near to the students, the differently abled students. They went, they became friends of differently abled students. They developed empathy, the teamwork, the support. They helped him to get out of the stress and depression. They support him. They accepted him. They got accepted, and this thing was finished at that time. Also, a thing is observed, a point is observed, lack of self-advocacy and skills. The differently abled, before, mostly differently abled, have this lack of self-advocacy skills. And when we give them chances to speak in class, when we give them chances to participate, when we give them chances to lead in different activities, so self-advocacy skills developed. And this lag is crossed then. Other is overcoming pity factor. This is the most important thing. This is the most important thing that we have to care. Overcoming pity factor. When we are using these things, when he came over with all these, this will also be finished at that time. The last is pity factor, means we are helping him to develop his other skills, other senses, his abilities develop. कि हमने teamwork developed, empathy developed, support developed. Negative attitude changed into positive attitude. He is mainstreamed. He is not having stress and depression. He is getting support from his colleagues. He is accepted. Or this organization becomes an organized way. His negative phrase and disabilities were diminished. He is getting positive response from all others. So he has developed self-advocacy skills. He start presenting him in a different manner. Then the pity factor is the last, but it is also diminished in this case. So these were about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 problems that differently able students face, and the solution is there. Only one that we are going to discuss in our class that we are discussing today. The solution is to art integration in classroom and in daily life activities. This is the solution. Solution is art integration in classroom and different life activities, so that students overcome these 12 problems, and many more problems are there. But I am sure that art integration in classroom and our daily life activities will encourage our students and help them to come out. So this was today's topic, and I discussed with you all, and hope that you will all encourage students to develop their skills, and you will all start doing art integration with your maths, with your science, with your languages, and that's all today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. And sir, the two persons, the two small children who were involved in our webinar also.
One more thing I forgot to share is I just saw that these are also some things that students, differently abled students of my class and able students, non-disabled students of my class did clever. They made their utensils, they made elephant, this is their piggy bank, this is their dining table, this is sofa set, and I don't know what is it, but when I will ask from them, they will tell what is this. So clever is also a medium to express, to let them express their feelings. So
absolutely,
thank you,
sir. Absolutely, and it was for an inclusive audience. What you mean to say? That is what I can understand. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I thank your three students also who helped us and who were a part of this webinar. Thank you so much, sir. And so we move on now with our technical sessions. Our next speaker is Dr. Suman Kumar Singh. He will be speaking on planning for engaging students with disabilities in classroom activities. And although I told earlier also that about the achievements and introduction, Ma'am HOD has already spoken about all of that. So, but I would like to highlight one thing about Dr. Suman Kumar Singh. It is that his contribution is very important in the development of the Art Integrated Learning Handbook developed by NCERT. So, Dr. Suman Kumar Singh, are you there, sir? Sir, are you there?
Suman sir? Just I am calling him. Meanwhile, Puspanjali ji, please, you can take one or two questions.
Yes.
And Gehlot sir is with us. He can respond about the
Yes,
question.
definitely.
Okay.
So participants, if you have any questions, you can just write in the chat box over here. If you have any questions. Since I'm not seeing any questions, Gehlot sir, can I ask you a question? Gehlot sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay. Sir, you have come across students of which disability, sir, specifically? Have you come across?
I have come across locomotor, visual. Actually, my school is having 1,500 students with me. So, and I am dealing with 14 more schools these days. I'm a mentor teacher in Delhi. So, about 15,000 teachers, 15,000 students are there. So, every type of disability I can see in students.
Okay. Sir, when you handle students with, or when you help or guide students with visual impairment, what is the main challenge that you face?
The main challenge is support to them.
Okay, sir.
The most thing is support to them. The physical support and the infrastructural support is there, not there in our country yet, because many things are developed in classrooms, but they don't find it very comfortable to sit there. They don't find very comfortable to reach to their classrooms. But now these days it is changing. Ramps are made, and the main thing that they face is empathy. But these days I'm doing for about 2 years. So it is developed now. The visual challenge students that I met about 5 to 6 months ago before lockdown started feeling interest in different activities these days. At last.
Right, sir. Right. And what about the locomotor? Suppose, what specifically, what kind of students have you helped specifically in a classroom when we talk about locomotor disabilities?
When we talk about locomotor disability, it is very common in our country. They have developed the sense of acceptance also, and they have developed and with the sense of acceptance, they have developed other skills. They have developed their other skills strength also. Means when a student is having problem in his leg, or when he is having problem in his hand or any other part, then the other part are strengthen themselves. When they reach school at about age of 5 years, the other part are strengthened, and they're able to face other problems also. Even a locomotor student of my class, I have seen him fighting with other students, and he's very active also. He's naughty also, and he is 100% active in all other activities also. So locomotor disability is not that much disturbing for students, because they've developed a sense of acceptance in them.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Suman sir, are you there? Thank you so much, sir, for that answer.
One question appears in the chat box. Please, Pushpanjali ji, read that.
Okay. I can see that question. It is from Sanchari De. What are the activities for autistic students in inclusive classroom? If you can mention, sir, even a single activity would be of help, for the persons who want to know about it. This is a question regarding the students with autism.
Can you see this?
If you have handled, sir. Right.
I'm having autistic students in my relation also.
Right.
I have seen autistic students with my schools also. This activity I had done with autistic students many times, and the play work that I have displayed was also done by autistic students. Actually, it is observed, it is a psychological process that play work, or the things that motor activities that autistic students do, empower them or enhances their abilities to overcome the problems with them. It helps them to.
Hello. I am Mr. Namaskar.
सुमन सर, यू आर ऑलरेडी इंट्रोड्यूस, आपका परिचय हो चुका है, तो आपका सेशन था, आपको कॉल किया गया, तो वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग यू टू. पुष्पांजलि जी, प्लीज कैन यू जस्ट कॉल सुमन सर फॉर्मली?
ओके सर, ओके.
Be here in the program. Okay.
Yes, we have our next speaker. He's with us right now. He's Dr. Suman Kumar Singh. He is National Resource Person, NCERT. And I was avoiding to talk more because the welcome speech has already been done by HOD Madam. But I would just like to highlight, one thing which is very specific to Suman sir, and that is his contribution, which is very important in the development of Art Integrated Learning Handbook developed by NCERT. Apart from the many qualities that he has and the work that he has done, I think this is more specific, and so we are hoping to gain a lot from him today. Thank you so much. Sir, please continue.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Welcome.
To giving me आवाज मेरी सुनाई पड़ रही है? आई एम ऑडिबल?
हाँ सर, बिल्कुल आवाज आ रही है. प्लीज कंटिन्यू.
ओके मैम. दरअसल थोड़ा सा हिंदी के साथ मैं अंग्रेजी को रखूंगा, क्योंकि अब तक की मीटिंग जब होती है तो कहा जाता है कि मेरे हिंदी थोड़ी कमजोर है.
लेकिन सर, बिल्कुल आप कंफर्टेबल है, आप उसी में करिए प्रेजेंटेशन.
लेकिन मैं दोनों को लेकर के साथ साथ चलूंगा.
बिल्कुल
जी. तो सबसे पहले तो चूंकि न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 बगैर तलाशे इस वेबिनार में मैं आगे कुछ नहीं बढ़ सकता. तो पहले तो जो कुछ शब्द बोले गए हैं, कहे गए हैं एनईपी 2020 का आर्ट्स की रिगार्डिंग, उन पंक्तियों के साथ मैं इस वेबिनार में अपनी पार्टिसिपेशन शुरू करता हूँ. The arts form a major medium for imparting culture. The arts, besides, is strengthening cultural identity, awareness, and uplifting is individual happiness. The happiness, well-being, cognitive development, and cultural identity of individuals are important reasons that Indian arts of all kinds must be offered to students at all levels of education, starting with early child care and education. हम समझते हैं कि बड़ी बार एनईपी के द्वारा इन 4-5 पंक्तियों में ही पूरी चीजों को समेट दिया गया है, और हम समझते हैं कि अर्ली चाइल्डहुड से लेकर के और एजुकेशन की जो सीमा है वहां तक हमारे जो डिसेबल बच्चे हैं उनको लेकर के, और हम समझते हैं कि डिफरेंट जो पारिवारिक सिचुएशन से, फेमिलियर बैकग्राउंड से बच्चे आते हैं, वो भी एक तरह से डिसेबल है. यदि किसी क्लासरूम सिचुएशन को देखें तो उनका फिजिकल सोशल बैकग्राउंड अलग, कल्चरल बैकग्राउंड अलग है, इसी तरह से इकोनॉमिकल बैकग्राउंड अलग. यह भी दीज आर आल्सो टाइप्स ऑफ डिसेबिलिटी. यदि क्लासरूम के रिगार्डिंग इन चीजों को हम देखें तो इन सबका हमको सामना करना पड़ता है. खैर, इन पर बात करने के पूर्व इस पर थोड़ी सी बात करके बढ़ूंगा. दरअसल जो हैंडबुक डेवलप किया गया है वो शुरू के साथ ही ये बात बोलता है कि दरअसल इंटीग्रेशन और एडिट, हम समझते हैं कि दोनों के मीनिंग बिल्कुल पैरेलल है. तो आर्ट इंटीग्रेटेड लर्निंग इज ए फ्रेमवर्क ऑफ एक्सपेरिमेंटल लर्निंग which provides an equitable learning environment for all. से एक्सपेरिमेंटल लर्निंग की बात कर रहा है बात है. और मैं कहता हूं कि जो टीचिंग लर्निंग मटेरियल है दोनों के बीच एक बहुत ही थीन गैप है, और इस गैप को पाटने पर अगर हम ध्यान दें तो यहाँ पर जो है यह हमको प्रोसेस पर फोकस करता है। वी लर्न विथ प्रोसेस, यहाँ पर प्रोसेस इंपॉर्टेंट है। टीचिंग लर्निंग मटेरियल और इसके साथ जो आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग है, चूंकि यहाँ पर भी एडेड शब्द आया है, तो ये जो बारीक अंतर है इसको समझे बिना हम क्लासरूम में बात नहीं कर सकते। सपोज कीजिए कि हम किसी क्लासरूम को एंगेज करने वाले हैं, इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम हमारा है, और दोनों तरह के बच्चे हैं, नॉर्मल चाइल्ड भी है और हमारा स्पेशल जो डिफरेंटली डिसेबल बच्चा है वो भी। सपोज कीजिए कि मेरे पास एक कैप है और कैप के साथ मैंने कोई एक्टिविटी कराई। कैप के साथ अगर हमने कोई एक्टिविटी कराई तो दैट इज टीचिंग लर्निंग मटेरियल। क्यों? कि वहां पर प्रोसेस को हमने इग्नोर किया है। हम सीधे कैप को लिए हैं और उसको बतौर अ टूल यूज कर रहे हैं क्लासरूम। जो आर्ट एक्सपीरियंस है वो उसको हम कहीं ना कहीं नेग्लेक्ट कर रहे हैं या उसको ड्रॉप कर रहे हैं। अब वहीं पर जब आर्ट का जो प्रोसेस हम लेते हैं कैप बनाने के तौर तरीके में, यदि पेपर को हम लेकर के और ये कहते हैं कि अब इसको फोल्ड करते हैं, फोल्ड करने के बाद हाफ फोल्ड किया, फिर इसको एक कोन के साइज में इसको डेवलप किया, कोन के साइज में डेवलप करने के बाद फिर इसको थोड़ा सा और छोटा किया, थोड़ा सा और बड़ा किया। कहने का तात्पर्य कि पूरे पेपर को हम लेकर के चलते हैं तो उसका पूरा शेप और साइज बच्चे के मस्तिष्क में आकर के जुड़ता है। उसको जो फोल्ड करते हैं तो जो इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच की बात एनसीएफ 2005 ही करता है, न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 भी इस पर फोकस है। अब ये देखिए कि हम आर्ट एक्टिविटी करा रहे हैं और आर्ट एक्टिविटी कराने के साथ साथ जो हमारा बच्चा है वो उसके साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, फोल्डिंग करना सीख रहा है। हमारा
शाम को 5 बजे से 7 बजे तक आप
पुष्पांजलि जी, कुछ इज देयर प्रॉब्लम?
Sir, he's not audible.
Okay, तो can we move your now I see the
So again, he's there, sir, now.
सुमन सर, आप बीच बीच में आपका नेट कम हो जा रहा है, सो आपकी वीडियो ऑडियो सब गायब हो जा रही है।
ओहो सॉरी।
हाँ, अब सर कंटिन्यू।
पंकज जी
सर
एक्सक्यूज मी, अगर सुमन सर अपना वीडियो को ऑफ करके अपनी बात को रखें, शायद बैंडविड्थ बढ़ने से आवाज आती रहेगी।
हाँ हाँ ठीक सर, ओके सर, कर लिया उन्होंने। माइक ऑन कर लीजिए सुमन सर, आप बोलिए।
हाँ सर, हो गया है। और दरअसल में पूरा एरिया जो मेरा है वो फ्लडेड है और कनेक्टिविटी काफी कमजोर है। कई जो बीटीएस हैं वो काम नहीं कर रहे हैं। मैं जैसे तैसे जियो का जुगाड़ करके और इस प्रोग्राम में शामिल हुआ हूँ। अगर कोई अवरोध है इसके लिए क्षमा चाहता हूँ। खैर, बात आगे बढ़ाता हूँ। इस तरह से इन चीजों में कई स्तर पर हमारे बच्चे आगे सीखते हैं। जो हमने कहा कि एनसीए भी इस चीज की दुहाई देता है, तो थोड़ा सा उसका भी जिक्र करके फिर मैं आगे की बात आपसे करूंगा कि द रिकमेंडेशन ऑफ द नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क 2005 स्टेट दैट आर्ट इज education at all stages enables students to fully appreciate and experience the beauty of the universe and helps in their healthy mental development. The details for using arts as a basis for learning have been described in the position paper on a national focus group on arts, music, dance and theatre. The paper also stressed on the inclusion of art education. ये लाइन जो है कोट करने लायक है, मैं दोबारा इस लाइन को एक्सप्रेस कर रहा हूँ आपके साथ कि the paper also stressed on the inclusion of art education in the curriculum of school education as a compulsory subject up to class 10. पूरी चीजों को इसने समेट करके रख दिया है और लास्ट में जो हमारा इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन है उसकी भी चर्चा करता हुए आगे बढ़ता है. अब कुछ चीजों को हम अपने क्लासरूम में चलने के पहले कुछ चीजों को आपसे साझा करना वाजिब समझता हूँ कि क्या हम जहाँ फोकस हो रहे हैं इस पर कुछ स्टडी अगर हुई है तो उसको मैं साझा करना यहाँ पर जरूरी समझता हूँ. तो ये है आर्ट्स क्रिएटिव इनोवेटिव प्रोसेस. इस पर लोबरी 2012 was amazed at how the arts unlock pathway to learning. The process of integration, arts may seem like conducting art projects in classroom settings, but becomes a teaching strategy that seamlessly merges art experience with core curriculum to build connections in engaging learning contexts. For instance, students choreographed a dance using locomotor and non-locomotor movements to demonstrate their understanding of the solar system. अब यहाँ पर जो लोकोमोटर एंड नॉन लोकोमोटर करके मूवमेंट्स की बात कर रहा है, यह पूरी तरह से हमारे इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम का वैसा हिस्सा है जिसके बिना हम आगे की बात सोच नहीं सकते और न आगे बढ़ सकते हैं. इसी तरह का है कि आर्ट्स एंड कॉग्निटिव प्रोसेस, ये है बेंगल 2010 का. तो वो कह रहे हैं कि आर्ट्स लीड टू ड्रामेटिक चेंजेस इन द ब्रेन सच एज strengthening the attention network. Brain areas involved in music are also active in processing language, auditory perception, attention, memory, and motor control. Art education is a much needed way of promoting balanced mental development in today's knowledge-based world. कर लो दुनिया मुट्ठी में. दरअसल इसमें जो बेनेगल साहब हैं उनका लिंक मैं हो सकता है कि लास्ट में साझा कर दूं. पूरी तरह से पूरे जो हमारा आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग है और यह किस तरह से ब्रेन के किस किस हिस्से को किस तरह से प्रभावित कर रहा है इसको देखना जरूरी है. और मैं यहाँ पर उल्लेख करना चाहूंगा एनसीईआरटी के द्वारा जो एक फ्रेमवर्क तैयार किया गया, फ्रेमवर्क द्वारा ही एक हैंडबुक डेवलप किया गया है. वो ट्रेनिंग हैंडबुक है और 2 वॉल्यूम में है. कुल उसमें 8 वीडियो है. ये देखा जा सकता है कि किस तरह से ये चीजें जोड़ती हैं और खास करके टीचर एडुकेटर के लिए या टीचर के लिए ये दोनों वॉल्यूम काफी महत्वपूर्ण है. जो इसका इंग्लिश और हिंदी दोनों वर्जन उपलब्ध है. उसमें ये जो हमारा रिसर्च है इसके बारे में बेनेगल साहब की पूरी बात जो है वो विस्तार से उसमें बताई गई है, जहां पर हम इन चीजों को देख सकते हैं. अगला जो है आर्ट्स एंड सोशियो इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट. हम समझते हैं कि ये चीज जो है हमारा इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम के लिए काफी इम्पोर्टेंट है, काफी महत्वपूर्ण है. यहाँ पर है कि बेस्ड ऑन हिज रिसर्च हार्वे 1989 फाउंड आउट दैट art process relates to cognition, achievement, motivation, and self-concept in elementary school students. In essence, arts, when integrated with learning process, work splendidly as effective education. The use of art, movement, and music can result in metaphor making and problem solving of social emotional conflicts. In this way, the creative arts of practice unite the cognitive aspect of creativity and the therapeutic aspect of behavioral and personality change. Because of this integration of thinking and feeling, the creative arts therapies offer an opportunity to positively affect social, emotional and academic behavior. बहुत बड़ी बात इस छोटे से पैराग्राफ के अंदर कही गई है। जिस लाइफ स्किल की बात करते हैं, उस लाइफ स्किल से लेकर के और जो हमारा सोशियो इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट है, इन सारी चीजों को समेटता है ये हमारा आर्ट जो लर्निंग है। और इस हिसाब से जो हमारा इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम है, एक तरह से उसके लिए समझिए कि यह संजीवनी है। अब चूंकि हम समझते हैं कि समय भी मेरा काफी लिमिटेड है, तो मैं जो टॉपिक मुझको असाइन किया गया है उस पर बात करना सबसे जरूरी है कि हमारा इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम किस तरह से इंगेज हो। दरअसल क्लासरूम अब तक तो चलते आया है शिक्षक के हिसाब से, लेकिन जब वही क्लासरूम बच्चों के हिसाब से चलना शुरू करता है तो क्लासरूम वाइब्रेंट हो जाता है, जिसको शिक्षा शास्त्रियों ने जो पेडागोजिस्ट हैं उसको कई नाम दिए, चाइल्ड सेंटर्ड क्लासरूम और डिफरेंट। मैं समझता हूं कि जो चाइल्ड सेंटर्ड क्लासरूम है, अगर आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग की बात करें तो वहां पर यह शब्द बिना बेमानी है, इसका कोई मीनिंग नहीं है, मीनिंगलेस है आर्ट एडेड क्लासरूम के लिए। क्योंकि वो क्लासरूम जो होता है ऑलरेडी चाइल्ड सेंटर्ड होता है और आनंद उसके रग रग में बसा होता है। तो हम कुछ एक्टिविटी यहाँ पर आपसे साझा करना चाहेंगे जो काफी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका अदा कर सकते हैं इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम में बच्चों को इंगेज करने के लिए। ये तो ये है कि सामान्य तौर पर हमने चूंकि पहले भी आर्ट एक्सपीरियंस की बात की थी और आर्ट एक्सपीरियंस की बात करते समय यह भी कहा था कि हमारा जो आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग है वो चाहे इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम हो, जनरल क्लासरूम हो, बच्चों के इंडिविजुअल लर्निंग पर फोकस होता है। जो हमारा डिफरेंटली एबल बच्चा है वो किस तरह की डिसेबिलिटीज से गुजर रहा है, इसके पहले यह भी आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ कि मैंने कहा था कि जो डिफरेंट बैकग्राउंड से बच्चे आ रहे हैं वह भी एक तरह का डिसेबिलिटी है उनके लर्निंग के मार्ग में, चाहे उनका सोशल हो या इकोनॉमिकल हो या कल्चरल हो। ये बैकग्राउंड भी उनके लिए कहीं कहीं सहायक है तो कहीं कहीं बाधक है। मैं अब आपके साथ ये बात करना चाहता हूँ कि कुछ गतिविधि मैं शो करना चाहता हूँ कि एक जैसे है कि क्वेश्चन फॉर्मुलेशन टेक्निक, इसके कुछ हिस्से को इस तरह से मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ कि इफ यू बिलीव ऑल स्टूडेंट्स कैन लर्न, you will be amazed at what you can accomplish. Evaluating a student's individual needs and creatively figuring out how to fulfill them can be a rewarding aspect of teaching in a special education environment. बड़ी बात। अगर आप आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग की बात करेंगे और मैं आर्ट इंटीग्रेटेड लर्निंग की भी बात, चूंकि दोनों को मैं पैरेलल समझ रहा हूँ, वहां पर भी ये हर जगह पर जब भी कोई एक्टिविटी समाप्त होती है तो वहां पर बिग एप्लॉज की बात की गई है कि पूरा सत्र जब समाप्त होता है तो तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट होती है। तो यह चीज जो है, और इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम के लिए तो ये और जरूरी है। आप यदि टीचर हैं क्लासरूम के लिए या एक गार्जियन है अपने बच्चे के लिए, आपकी एक ताली उसको 1000 किलोमीटर आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करती है। ये चीजें वहां पर होनी चाहिए। जो आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग है, यहाँ पर हम दोनों बात कह रहे हैं कि बाकी जो फॉर्मल टीचिंग है वहां पर अगर आप जाएंगे तो लर्निंग का अलग प्रोसेस है और इवेल्युएशन का अलग प्रोसेस है। खास करके जब को करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज हमारी हो रही है और को करिकुलर यदि इवेल्युएशन की बात है तो जो हमारा फॉर्मल तरीका है वहां पर वो हाथ उठा देता है, वो अपनी असमर्थता जाहिर करती है। यहाँ पर जो आपका आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग है, वो इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम हो या सामान्य क्लासरूम हो, वहां पर दोनों के लिए इफेक्टिव है। भले ही हम ये कहते हैं कि इवेल्युएशन जो है वो लर्निंग का हिस्सा है, वो साथ साथ चलता है, लेकिन यदि उसके मेजरमेंट की बात करें, उसके फीडबैक की बात करें या फिर उसके आउटकम्स की बात करें, तो आपका आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग जो है यह काफी इफेक्टिव है। तो हम ये कहते हैं कि जो क्वेश्चन फॉर्मुलेशन टेक्निक है ये काफी इफेक्टिव है। दे कैन आस्क एनीथिंग and this technique can be used for any subject matter. When teaching about history, for example, a teacher can provide a picture from a time period and simply answer question the students ask about that picture. चूंकि जो यहाँ पर एग्जाम्पल दिया गया है ये हो सकता है कि आप ये कहें कि ये एलिमेंट्री क्लासेस के लिए है या हायर क्लासेस के लिए है। यदि मैं प्री प्राइमरी और प्राइमरी की बात करूं, चूंकि प्री प्राइमरी और प्राइमरी के लेवल पर आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग जो है ये काफी इफेक्टिव है, ये कहने में हमको कहीं से कोई गुरेज नहीं। वहां पर एक पिक्चर जो है वो भी मैंने उनको रेडीमेड नहीं दिया, मैंने कहा कि आप सभी अपनी पसंद का कोई पिक्चर बना दो। हमारा वो बच्चा भी है जो डिसेबल है, लेकिन जो चीज बनकर के आता है वो चाहे सामान्य बच्चा हो या डिसेबल बच्चा हो, उसकी जो भी कलाकृति है सावधानी यह बरतनी है कि वहां पर उसकी कलाकृति को आपको एक कलाकार की नजर से नहीं, उस इंडिविजुअल बच्चे की नजर से देखना होगा। फिर जो आप क्रिएटिविटी की बात करते हैं, क्रिएशन की बात करते हैं, इमेजिनेशन की बात करते हैं, ये तमाम चीजें आपको वहां पर देखने के लिए मिल जाए। समय चूंकि काफी निकल पड़ा है, लेकिन मैं एक उदाहरण यहाँ पर देना चाहूंगा कि अक्सर बच्चों की आड़ी तिरछी रेखाओं को जब प्री प्राइमरी स्टेज में होते हैं, जिसको लर्निंग राइटिंग स्किल का वो प्राइमरी स्टेज माना जाता है, तो एक कथानक हमको याद आ रहा है कि एक बैंकर थे जयपुर में। उन्होंने उनका बच्चा रोज रोज कुछ न कुछ लिख करके दिखाता था और वो उसको देखते थे, कुछ पिक्चर वगैरह ड्रॉ करता था। एक रोज एक पिक्चर ड्रॉ किया कि दो बड़े बड़े, एक डंडा लगा दिया था, ऊपर दो गोला लगा दिया था और नीचे दो दो आड़ी तिरछी रेखाओं को खींच दिया था और एक डोरीनुमा लाइन दोनों तरफ से एक एक निकाल करके नीचे उसी तरह से एक गोला बना करके एक छोटा सा डंडा लगा करके रख दिया था। बैंकर साहब ने देखा, वो काफी दिमाग लगाए, लेकिन वो समझ नहीं पाए कि आखिर ये है क्या। उन्होंने बच्चे से पूछा, जब नहीं समझ पाए कि ये क्या है, छोटे बच्चे ने तुतलाते हुए कहा कि आप नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं, ये डैडी आप हैं और ये मम्मी हैं और मैं आप दोनों का हाथ पकड़े हुए, जो डोरीनुमा लंबी लाइन खींची थी वो बच्चे का इमेजिन में वो उनके हाथ थे। लेकिन अक्सर हम बच्चों के ज्ञान को कम आंकते हैं। बैंकर साहब को लगा कि आज से कुछ बता दिया। एक माह के बाद उन्होंने कागज के ढेर से उस पेपर को पुनः निकाल करके बच्चे के सामने, बच्चा जवाब देता है कि पापा आप कितने भुलक्कड़ हो, उसी रोज तो बताया था कि ये पापा है और ये मम्मी है और आप दोनों ने मेरा हाथ पकड़ा। ये है चमत्कार और ये है आपका आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग। कोई भी लाइन, कोई भी पंक्ति, कोई भी फिगर बच्चों का अन्यथा नहीं है, उसका मीनिंग है। तो इस तरह से जो ये क्वेश्चन फॉर्मुलेशन टेक्निक है, बच्चों के द्वारा जो भी आर्ट वर्क किया जाता है उस आर्ट वर्क से संबंधित ही बात उनसे की जा सकती है। आप क्वेश्चन के फॉर्म में करें या फिर उनसे बातचीत के फॉर्म में करें। इसी तरह से है कि टर्न इंस्ट्रक्शंस एंड लिसन इनटू सॉन्ग्स। बच्चों को गीत और कहानियां काफी पसंद है। इसके अंदर कहा गया है कि म्यूजिक कैन बी अ पावरफुल टूल टू एंगेज चिल्ड्रन विथ ए वाइड रेंज ऑफ लर्निंग डिसऑर्डर्स। रिदम एंड मेलोडी कैन हेल्प improve memory and the understanding of keywords, turning lessons instruction and key information into songs can encourage students to sing a drum along. चीजें कैसे आगे बढ़ती हैं, इसका ये उत्कृष्ट नमूना है ये एक्टिविटी। हम ये समझते हैं कि इन पूरी चीजों के लिए क्लासरूम पर्याप्त है, और यदि आप एक ऑर्केस्ट्रा को ध्यान में रखें तो ऑर्केस्ट्रा के लिए इनफॉर्मल सारे चीज क्लासरूम में उपलब्ध है। बेंच है, कलम है, बच्चों के टिफिन है, ये सारी चीजें, इंस्ट्रूमेंट बॉक्स है, ये डिफरेंट टाइप का साउंड निकाल करके और एक ऑर्केस्ट्रा का क्रिएशन वहां पर करते हैं। और जो ये कहा जा रहा है कि इस तरह की परिस्थितियां हैं जो टर्निंग लेसन इंस्ट्रक्शन and key information into songs can encourage students to sing and drum along. इन पूरी परिस्थितियों को पैदा कर देता है। और आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग की जो खासियत है, जो उसका विशेषता है, मैंने ये कहा कि इन चीजों के लिए जरूरी नहीं है कि वो सारे इंस्ट्रूमेंट हमारे पास, ये जो हमारे क्लासरूम में जितनी चीजें हैं वो बेहतर इंस्ट्रूमेंट के तौर पर काम करेंगी और बच्चे काफी सीखेंगे भी। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि क्लासरूम में जो बच्चे होते हैं डिफरेंटली डिजेबल तो होते हैं, लेकिन डिफरेंटली एबल भी होते हैं। मार्किंग लाइन है, और उनकी वो जो डिफरेंटली एबिलिटी है वो बच्चों को सीखने का एक व्यापक फलक देता है, बड़ा एरिया देता है सीखने। आगे मैं काफी बेहतरीन टॉपिक पर उनके एंगेजमेंट को लेकर के बात करने जा रहा हूँ कि पुट एक्टिविटीज ऑन ए मेनू, कनेक्टिंग क्लासरूम इंफॉर्मेशन टू रियल वर्ल्ड एक्टिविटीज इज ए गुड वे टू एंगेज स्टूडेंट्स। दरअसल जो रियल वर्ल्ड की बात की गई है, फिर मैं अपने को रोक नहीं पा रहा। जो मैंने कहा था कि बच्चों की कलाकारी को उनकी नजर से देखना होगा, और बच्चे जो कुछ कलाकारी करते हैं वो रियल वर्ल्ड को ध्यान नहीं रख करके करते हैं, बच्चा डिजेबल हो जाता है। मास्टर साहब कहते हैं कि आकाश का फोटो बनाओ, स्काई का स्केच पिक्चर ऑफ स्काई, लेकिन चूंकि हमारा माइंडसेट है, हम ये जानते हैं कि आकाश में सिर्फ सूर्य होता है, सिर्फ चांद और तारे होते हैं, कुछ चिड़िया होती है। बच्चों ने बनाया था उस तरह से, लेकिन एक वैसा भी बच्चा था जिसने पूरे पेपर को, जो व्हाइट पेपर था, पूरी तरह से उसको ब्लैकिश कर दिया था, पेंसिल से कलर करके उसको ब्लैक कर दिया था। मास्टर साहब नाराज हुए, कॉपी फेंक दिए। उन्होंने कहा, आज तक आकाश को भी नहीं देखे हो। बच्चा अपनी कॉपी को समेटता है और जाकर के बेंच पर बैठकर खिड़की से आकाश की तरफ देख रहा है। पूरा आकाश जो है क्लाउडेड है, पूरी स्काई क्लाउडेड है। एक तरफ वो अपने टीचर की बात सुन रहा है कि आज तक तुमने आकाश नहीं देखा, लेकिन बच्चा मास्टर साहब की बात पर नहीं, वो रियल वर्ल्ड से कनेक्टेड है और वो देख रहा है कि पूरा आकाश काला पड़ा है और यह भी एक आकाश का रूप है। इसलिए इस चीज को हमेशा ध्यान में देना होगा यदि आप आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग की बात करते हैं। इसलिए यहाँ पर कनेक्टिंग क्लास रूम इंफॉर्मेशन टू रियल वर्ल्ड एक्टिविटीज इज ए गुड वे टू इंगेज स्टूडेंट्स। Anything you find in the real world can be brought into the classroom as a vehicle for engagement. Students can, for instance, select questions to answer from a restaurant type menu with different questions listed under the heading such as appetizer, entry and dessert. खाने की तरफ आपका ध्यान मैंने बोल दिया है, पर बस चूंकि समय भी काफी हो चला है, तो इसलिए मैंने जानबूझकर इन शब्दों को आपके बीच रखा कि जब पेट की भूख बढ़ेगी तो ध्यान का फूक भी उससे पैरेलल चलना शुरू कर देगा। तो इस तरह से उनको ये तरीका है कि वो क्या चाहते हैं, एक पूरा मेनू रख दीजिए। और चूंकि पहले भी मैंने कहा था कि आर्ट एडेड लर्निंग का जो क्लासरूम है वो इंडिविजुअल लर्निंग की बात करता है और बच्चे की पसंद की बात करता है। यदि हमें आज पसंद है कि मैं ये चित्र बनाऊं, ये स्केच ड्राइंग करूं, तो जिसमें मेरा सेल्फ है बेशक वो पावरफुल होगा और मेरी पसंद का होगा। इसलिए मैंने ये यहाँ पर कहना उचित समझा कि इस तरह से ये चीजें हो सकती हैं और बच्चा अपने पसंद का वहां से उन चीजों को ले सकता है। आखिर में have the students create something. Another successful strategy for engagement involves helping a special needs students create something. The details of such a strategy will vary because the goal is to work with each student's individual ability to explore creativity. Whether this is directly connected to a lesson plan, this strategy can help students engage while improving their self-confidence. जिसकी चर्चा मैंने अभी किया, उन चीजों को यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से रेखांकित किया गया है कि किस तरह से ये चीजें यहाँ पर होनी चाहिए। और हम समझते हैं कि चूंकि मेरा टाइम भी काफी हद तक पूरा हो चला है, अपनी बातों को समेटते हुए मैं जरूर ये कहूंगा कि आखिरी के जो चंद शब्द हैं मेरे कि स्पेशल challenges and rewards. Interacting with special education students requires flexibility and creativity. It can be a rewarding experience to learn the individual needs and interests of different students and transform them into classroom activities to help them grow and thrive. बड़ी बात के साथ मैं अपनी बात की यहाँ पर समाप्त करना चाहूँ कि जब भी इंटरैक्टिव क्लासरूम बच्चों के साथ होगा और इन चीजों को हम इस पर ध्यान देंगे तो न सिर्फ हमारा क्लासरूम इंगेज होगा बल्कि क्रिएटिविटी, इमेजिनेशन, ये सारी चीजें अपने क्लाइमेक्स पर होंगी जो लर्निंग के सबसे महत्वपूर्ण इंडिकेटर है। अगर ये इंडिकेटर ब्लिंक कर रहे हैं तो समझिए कि आपका क्लासरूम वाइब्रेंट है। अदरवाइज अपने लेसन प्लान पर हमको दोबारा सोचना होगा। जब तक हमारा इंडिकेटर ब्लिंक नहीं करेगा, फिर जो लर्निंग आउटकम्स की बात करते हैं वहां तक पहुंचने में थोड़ी सी हमको परेशानी हो सकती है। और इस तरह से जो सबसे बड़ी बात है, क्लासरूम को फ्लेक्सिबल होना चाहिए। जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. It was a very nice presentation. I hope those who have really listened to your presentation, they must have gained a lot. I just want to tell Sir Suman, who was presenting just now, he was presenting from a place which is very much flooded right now, and he somehow managed, the connection to be here in this webinar, which I have also written in the chat box. So his efforts are really commendable. Thank you so much, sir. And you know what, sir? When we claim to be special educators, the main thing that we should know, we should understand is the way the children perceive, whether they are disabled or non-disabled, which you have highlighted very well in this presentation. It was very nice, sir. It was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
We now move on with our next presentation, which is Ms. Surinder Kaur. She's a mentor teacher in the Directorate of Education, and also she's a national awardee in innovative practices in education. And she has got 28 years of experience that I would like to highlight over here. And her, she is storytelling and puppetry are her strong areas, which are my favorite too. Welcome, ma'am. Please carry on, and we hope to gain a lot from you today. Personally, me too, I'm hoping to gain a lot from you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful introduction you gave to me. I hope I'm audible to all.
Yes, ma'am, you are very much. Please continue.
Okay. So Simon Sinek says that we always should start with the why. And when I say why, so since the onset of the session, we are talking about why art-aided learning. That is what we are discussing today. So now my focus will be on emotional intelligence and how art is more relevant here. And I would also focus on how part of it, because a lot has been said about the why part of it. I have a PPT. I'm trying whether I can run that also along with. Okay. Is it visible on the screen?
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead. Art-aided
Okay.
learning and emotional well-being. Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So, when it comes to children, whether they are, CWSN or all, our objective today is engaging all, including CWSN, right? So, first I will focus on emotional issues which are there in all, in adults also, in children also, and it is a fact that emotional issues are observed more in children with special needs. They can be fear, depression, anxiety, neurosis, paranoia, psychosis, or other mental disorders, which can be bipolar also, schizophrenia also. Now, where do they start from? They start from our emotions. Emotions. Are we aware of our emotions? So emotions, we can be sometimes sad, we can be sometimes happy, we can be afraid. So emotional intelligence, when we say, we talk of imbalances, right? So quickly, I will move to the part that is called emotional intelligence, because when we talk of emotional intelligence, we have 4 quadrants here: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship management. Right. Is the PPT visible? Okay. So, self-awareness, do we know ourselves? Whether we are talking about ourselves or our children, it is very important to know oneself. It is very, very important to know oneself, our strengths, our weaknesses, and self-management. Are we able to manage ourselves well? And then comes the neighbors, the co-workers, the society, the classmates, and the family. So, which is social awareness and relationship management. So, if our emotional intelligence is good, we are confident, our self-esteem is high, and we are communicative, and we have good decision-making skills. But if we have imbalances on the part of emotions and we have poor emotional intelligence, then we have a need for being isolated, being alone. अकेले रहना मुझे बहुत पसंद हो जाता है. Communication is hampered, and then decision making is also hampered. So when I am emphasizing on emotional intelligence or emotional part of it, why I am doing so? I'm doing so because if this part is not tackled, then mental health issues start. And research has emphasized that social emotional aspects are more strong in special children because they're more sensitive. right? So we'll be, and Dr. Bruce Perry has found the amazing healing effects of art in children who are suffering with emotional imbalances. So art has a potential to connect better, help communicate better, and it has a major part in confidence building. So that is why that is how I relate emotional intelligence to the art. Art makes everything joyful, interesting, and engaging. And above all, it enhances the abilities to express, heal. And it is found that it has a major role in brain development, because research proves that synapses of neurons and neural connections, they grow better with use of art, whether it is poetry, songs, sculpture, storytelling, drama, whatever art form you may use, it enhances, it heals. So, and then coming to the theoretical part of it, learning. A quick recap of Benjamin Bloom, let us do, who says, in 1956, a learning theory was given by Benjamin Bloom, which used, on the top order, which used to say evaluation as a topmost level. Knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, and synthesis. And then it was improved and modified in 2001. And if you're seeing the figure, from noun form to a verb form, you see the top of it, it says create. So creating is the highest form of learning, and art provides that. Art offers that creation, whether you create a song, you create a poetry, you create a puppet, you create a story, or you create something with a clay or sculpture. It is the highest form of learning. And that is how I advocate art as a learning tool. And then I will talk about storytelling as a strongmost tool. Here, there's a slide that is talking about dealing with visually impaired. So I took some portion which is specific to visually impaired, because one of the co-owners of the webinar is dealing with such children, and teachers who are dealing with such children. So when I was listening to Kapil Gehlot, the activities of Kapil Gehlot, touch and feel activities are very, very relevant and useful when it comes to visually impaired. So, and then another slide, together we can make teaching learning. Now I should be modifying it to learning teaching, a lot of fun using new pedagogies and activity-based learning technique, because learning is not the prerogative of few. It is not a prerogative of visually enabled only. It is not a prerogative of anybody. It is a prerogative of all. So how do we include? What are the modern pedagogies which we should use? So using role plays in classrooms, using theater in classroom, using drama in classroom, right? And then not only drama, theory, we can also use storytelling. Storytelling is an excellent tool of learning, right? So what are the impacts of art, especially storytelling? You can see an image of brain. So let's peep into the brain a little bit. Mirroring. Whenever we share a story, listeners experience similar brain activity as the speaker. So most of the learners, it brings me to a term that is called VAK. When Pankaj was sharing the PPT, I mean, I would like to see all. And, okay. So when Pankaj was sharing about music smart children, body smart children, picture smart children, people smart children, or people, then it reminded me of VAK, right? Learners. What kind of learners are there? Visual learners are there. Auditory learners are there. Reading learners are there who are comfortable and learn when reading is enhanced, reading active, and kinesthetic learners. Those who learn by doing. Movement is very important here. So when we have inclusive classroom, in that scenario, we have to include all the things. Like, suppose I'm sharing a story, that story, I mean, those who can listen, story is good for them. Those who can see, you can use props for them, body language features. And those who are visually impaired, for them, your sound modulation, your voice modulation, your bodily gestures are very important. And if the learner is deaf, hearing impaired, then but the child can see, then the use of props becomes very important. Use of your body language becomes very important. The bodily expressions, the face expressions become very important there, right? So you can break up the story into visuals, picture board, the use of picture board and props, right? So we were on this PPT where we were talking about peeping into the brain, right? So when we do art activities, our neural coupling becomes better, and our cortex is also affected very positively. So as I say, I mean, all kinds of problems have a chemical aspect to it. Whenever we do some art activity or we create something, then there is a release of certain hormones like dopamine, serotonin. So that chemical aspect of it is very, very important, because whenever we are emotionally low, we go low on everything else. We low on connecting, we go low on confidence, we go low on communication, we go low on relationship issues also develop. So, and that is also linked with stopping of release of certain hormones. But when we use art, it enhances healing. And research has proved it. It enhances healing. And whenever we create something, if I've created a story, if I've created a puppet, if I've created a sculpture, I feel that sense of accomplishment that I have created something. And when we create, we get that happy feeling. And that happy feeling induces the secretion of chemicals such as dopamine and serotonin and other hormones which promote or help their secretion, like estrogen. So before I have a video to share, before that I'll share a story with you. And it's a small story, like how storytelling can be used. And I think I will use both the languages here. And while sharing this story, I want to say that my learner can be a visual learner, can auditory learner. So to aid the auditory learner, it will be my voice modulation. To aid the visual learner, I'll be using some props, like few. I'll show you some more also, because that I do a lot of puppetry, but that doesn't go relevant with visual learners, right? But if we have a class which is having every kind of child, then we can couple all things together. So please write yes in the chat box if you're ready for the story. Okay, very good. So most of the people are ready for the story. Okay. Okay. Got it. I'm here with the story. अनिल एक बहुत अच्छा लड़का था, बहुत ही प्यारा. Now, अनिल एक बहुत ही अच्छा लड़का, बहुत ही प्यारा, लेकिन वो थोड़ा उदास रहता था. अब अनिल उदास क्यों रहता था? उसकी क्लास में सब कुछ था, वो एक अच्छे घर से था, उसके मम्मी पापा उसको बहुत प्यार करते थे, पर फिर भी वो थोड़ा उदास रहता था. शीला मैडम ने, उनके क्लास की एक साइंस टीचर थी शीला मैडम, उनका ध्यान गया, उन्होंने देखा कि ये बहुत उदास सा रहता है अनिल. तो उन्होंने उससे एक कनेक्ट स्थापित करने की, हालांकि क्लास में बहुत सारे बच्चे थे, ढेर सारे बच्चे थे, बट उन्होंने सोचा अनिल से बात की जाए. और शीला मैडम ने अनिल से बात की कि क्या बात है अनिल, तुम उदास से क्यों रखते हो, क्या बात है, तुम्हें सब अच्छा नहीं लगता क्या? शीला मैम को पता था कि अनिल ठीक से देख नहीं पाता, बट उन्होंने कभी भी इस बात को हाईलाइट नहीं किया. उन्होंने नॉर्मली उससे पूछा, क्या बात है अनिल, तुम उदास क्यों लगते हो? अनिल ने कहा, मैम, बिकॉज आई एम डिफरेंट, आई एम नॉट लाइक ऑल, आई एम वेरी डिफरेंट. इस पर शीला मैडम ने कहा, अच्छा, बट मुझे तो लगता है कि तुम स्पेशल हो. अब इसके बाद से रोज क्लास होती, और जब रोज क्लास होती तो शीला मैडम स्टोरी शेयर करती, डिफरेंट प्लेसेस के बारे में, अलग अलग जगहों के बारे में कहानियां शेयर करना शुरू किया. So Sheila madam started sharing stories of different places, different worlds, different objects and different people, different successful people. Once she shared a story about Helen Keller, and Anil was like surprised. Oh my God, Helen Keller. And she told her the story of Anna Sullivan also. Most of the people didn't know who Anna Sullivan is. Do you know who's Anna Sullivan? Let us see. Write in the chat box. Do you know Anna Sullivan? Anybody knows who's Anna Sullivan? Okay, I'm not getting any reply here. So, Anna Sullivan, okay, I'll share if you don't know. I'll share. Anna Sullivan was the teacher of Helen Keller, Pushpanjali Gupta. Thank you very much. So Anna Sullivan was teacher of Helen Keller. Thank you, Pushpanjali.
Welcome, ma'am.
So after sharing so many stories, like ma'am also used to use puppets also sometimes. And she used to give puppets to Anil to hold, to see how they are made. Touch and feel the puppets that she's going to use. Right? When she shared the story, like she was telling about Helen Keller, she made a puppet which resembled Helen Keller, and then she talked about Anna Sullivan. So she emphasized after every story, some places are very special. Some people are very special. Like them, Anil, you are also very special. Anil, you are a beautiful creation of God. Don't feel that you are different. Feel that you are specially able. And then Anil got some confidence. He started opening up. And Sheila madam helped him and instructed him, why don't you create stories of your own? Why don't you write stories of your own? Why don't you speak? Why don't you narrate stories of your own? So that was a turning point in the life of Anil. And from there on, Anil started making stories. He started writing stories. He started narrating stories. And he started sharing stories with all. And that was tremendous achievement of Sheila ma'am. And this Anil name is fictional. Now I'm sharing the story of a real person, only I've changed the names. So any guesses that who's this Anil? Anil is a famous storyteller now and his life. Chat box. Okay. Not getting many answers. Okay. Okay. I will help you with this. So I have a video for you. Let us share the video. Okay. So is the screen visible to all now?
Absolutely, ma'am. You are visible. We can hear you. You're very loud. You're very clear, and it is really nice. Please continue, ma'am.
So let's watch this video.
Ma'am, excuse me, the video is not audible. Do you want us to try from here?
That's my absolute horror.
Now it's audible, yes. It's okay now.
And I suddenly owed them a story. And I told them a Native American.
Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am. It is audible and visible.
I was working at a summer camp when I was 17, and I was the senior counselor.
Atur?
I was working at a summer camp when I was 17, and I was the senior counselor in charge of this cabin, and it was my job to make a bunch of 13-year-olds go to sleep. And after trying everything I could think of, at my wit's end, I told them, if you are ready for bed in the next 5 minutes, I'll tell you a bedtime story. And to my absolute horror, they did what I asked. And I suddenly owed them a story. And I was suddenly the camp storyteller. I was born with a retinitis
I was trying full screen actually.
Doctor medical talk for your retina looks funny. And so the retina is responsible for detecting color and shapes and shades and shadows, and the brain makes sense of everything and puts the picture together. So my retina doesn't quite do its job, and over time it does less and less of what it's supposed to do. And so,
ma'am, I think you can click on the slideshow option.
I see a bunch of green. It's probably a tree. So I think that my vision impairment is part of what made me who I am. And I took up rock climbing and backpacking and canoeing, things where I was more competing against myself.
I will share the entire
than anyone
PPT
else.
with you in the group.
By the time I got out of college, I was actually legally blind. And while leading in the outdoors, my eyesight had been progressively making things more difficult. And so it could be dangerous. I felt that it was time to move on to something else. And then around 2011, I decided to change careers, and I started doing storytelling full time.
Michael was asked to come to tell stories at Avalon.
Spread across the land like in color.
He's very
Ma'am,
active.
it seems to be a very interesting one. Do you want us to play from here?
It only takes one.
Do it then.
Change
Yes,
the course.
okay.
Send it to,
I think
tech
because
support.
of my eyesight, I tend to use just my voice to communicate things, or my guitar, or my drum, whatever music I'm playing. I find that I'm very conscious about the sounds that I'm using.
I love his talking in between when he talks about the legends that come from some of the American Indians and some from the Viking.
ये पेन हटाना पड़ेगा. क्या किया तुमने?
आपको पहले तो
What should I do now? नहीं नजर आ रही कुछ.
We are trying to just play the video, so please bear with us.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I was working at a summer camp when I was 17, and I was the
Now
senior
you have to tell
counselor
us this clear.
in charge of this cabin, and it was my job to make a bunch of 13-year-olds go to sleep. And after trying everything I could think of at my wit's end, I told them, if you are ready for bed in the next 5 minutes, I'll tell you a bedtime story. And to my absolute horror, they did what I asked. And I suddenly owed them a story. And I told them a Native American folktale I knew. They wanted another, and another. And the next morning, the entire camp knew. And by the following evening, I was suddenly the camp storyteller. I was born with a vision impairment, retinitis pigmentosa, and that's doctor medical talk for your retina looks funny. And so the retina is responsible for detecting color and shapes and shades and shadows, and the brain makes sense of everything and puts the picture together. So my retina doesn't quite do its job, and over time it does less and less of what it's supposed to do. And so there's a lot of times where my brain is just kind of making stuff up. I see a bunch of green, it's probably a tree. So I think that my vision impairment is part of what made me who I am. And I took up rock climbing and backpacking and canoeing, things where I was more competing against myself than anyone else. By the time I got out of college, I was actually legally blind. And while leading in the outdoors, my eyesight had been progressively making things more difficult. And so it could be dangerous I felt that it was time to move on to something else. And then around 2011, I decided to change careers, and I started doing storytelling full time.
Michael was asked to come to tell stories at Avalon.
Spread across the land like a wildfire, out of control. But there are some things in this world that can't be burned.
He's very apt at telling stories to children as well as adults.
Remember that it only takes one to change the course of history. I think because of my eyesight, I tend to use just my voice to communicate things, or my guitar, or my drum, whatever music I'm playing. I find that I'm very conscious about the sounds that I'm using.
I love his talking in between when he talks about the legends that come from some of the American Indians and some from the Viking era, and how he makes these stories his own.
The most perfect, beautiful part. It was the most beautiful shade of scarlet red.
So some people are saying that audio is not it's not audible. So we have seen it like this is the third attempt. 2 minutes are left. It's about Michael Lang. It is about Michael Lang.
Ma'am, excuse me, there are subtitles also.
Yeah.
Yes, so it must.
So I'm getting very messages in the chat box. I got very worried.
It is accessible actually. It is accessible.
Actually, video depends upon the bandwidth of the participants. That's why it might not be clear.
Because I can see it clearly.
What if my story could inspire artists to create their own art? And I decided to leave the illustrations blank.
Children should be inspired to use their imagination, and this is what he stirs up inside of you. They're inspired to draw what they see, which may be different from what another child sees.
Thank you very much. Bravo. I really believe that it is important, not only for kids, but for everyone to listen to a story, whether it's a personal story or a myth from centuries ago, and think about what it means.
You're never too old to use your imagination, so it's a wonderful thing he does.
Rather than saying, I'm going to go tell stories here, I'll say, I'm going to go share some songs and some stories here, because to me it really is a process of give and take. I'm going to give something to the audience, and they're going to give something back to me, and you've made a connection.
One suggestion is there, ma'am. Can we share the link with link in chat box so that whosoever missed this video can see on their device?
I've already shared in the group. I'll share here also. I've already shared in the group. I'll share it here also in the chat box, right? Okay. So this was a story of Michael Lang. So how, when this is the journey, how he became a famous storyteller and how he creates his stories. Now, like, I would like you to also refer to Ashley McCann, who talks about creativity. Creativity, art, it reduces stress and anxiety. It takes us to a happy zone. And it also makes us lifelong learners. So, after Ashley McCann, I will show you some of the things which we can use otherwise also. Like for storytelling, what things that are more important are voice modulation, body language, facial gestures, and then we can create other sounds also. And those who cannot listen, we can use visuals and props. Like for that, I use puppets like this. This is my Tillu. I use him a lot in my stories. Like I narrate stories by Tillu, and I also tell students to make their own puppet and name it. When they create their own puppet and their own story, they feel so happy about it. Like this is a simple socks, as you can see. And this is from a cardboard, and this is bottle caps. Bottle caps, and this is paper. Hi, how are you? I'm Tillu. How are you all? Are you learning? Did you like the story? Did you like the video? So, not only like puppets like this, we can use masks also. Like suppose I'm telling a story about a bird, then I can use a mask like this, right? And this mask is very easy to make. I can ask children to make their own masks according to the character. And I'll show you something very cute now. See. Can you recognize with which material I have made this puppet? This dhablu. Write in the chat box.
Not so much. Okay, a brush. Okay, a brush.
Yeah, I stopped dyeing, so my dyeing brushes are going to be puppets. Like if it's a brush, it's not a wedding card. Mehndi brush or a dye brush. Like so. If we use small things, small materials, some easy TLM and props, it will interest all. And suppose if I am visually impaired, I can still touch and feel the puppet. Okay, hair. And these things I have made with a thick paper. It can be felt. Right? This is thick. So, like with braille, everything is thick here. So the child can touch and feel also here. We can make bottle puppets also. This is my bottle puppet. Right. Can you see this is bottle? And wrapped it with paper. I've used ears. And then again, everything is prominent and thick so that I can touch and feel also. This nose is 3D. I have used a triangle if I like wearing glasses. There's an eyebrow also. And then I can feel the hair. So, simple bottle. ये coffee bottle है. कॉफी पीने के लिए प्लास्टिक का बॉटल है, उसको मैंने उल्टा किया है, इस पे ये सारा पेपर रैप किया है और ये चीजें छोटी छोटी कागज से बनाई हैं और कोशिश किया है कि मोटा कागज इस्तेमाल किया है। और नाक के लिए ट्रायंगल एक शेप काट के कागज का इसको बढ़ा के लगाया है। एंड देन जो लिप्स है वो गत्ते से काट के चिपकाया है। एंड जो हेयर है ये मोटे पेपर में सिंपली एक लॉन्ग स्ट्रिप लेके सिंपल कट्स एंड देन अ डबल रैप, राइट? सो वी कैन यूज puppets also. So we can use music also. हम गाना मिलके बना सकते हैं, गाना मिलके गा सकते हैं, हम कविता मिलके बना सकते हैं, कविता मिलके गा सकते हैं. तो there's no limitation to art. You can use so many things. There are tremendous things which we can do with art, and once we learn how to use art in our classrooms, then we are able to connect with children better. So I will talk about 3 C's. First is connect. If there is connect, everything is going to work. You need to train yourself to give some face expressions. You need to your body language, wide eyes, small eyes, happy expressions, sad expressions. And once you establish connect, and then two-way communication happens. And that is the basic rule of connecting with children. There has to be connect, there has to be communication, which has to be 2 ways. It's not teacher talk and no student. So if you can choose any medium that you like, you can choose music, you can choose stories, you can use drama, theater in your class, you can choose puppets, you can choose masks. एक बार की बात है, मेरे घर के पास के पेड़ में एक पक्षी रहता था. मुझे लगता था वो पक्षी की एक टांग खराब है, वो ज्यादा उड़ता नहीं है. फिर मैंने देखा, लेकिन वो पक्षी हिम्मत नहीं हारता, फिर भी उड़ता है, खूब ऊंचाई होता है, फुर 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 कहाँ चला जाता है. और उड़ने में जो से आनंद आता है, वो तो भूल ही जाता है कि उसके पैर में दर्द भी है. Okay, so if we are able to establish that, somebody is writing that their daughter is also enjoying the session. So that is connect. So if we are able to connect with the audience, then communication is automatically there. And then the third C, once you connect with children, once you communicate with children, it improves their emotional well-being, it improves their communication skills, and it improves their self-esteem and builds confidence in them. And that is what we want in our children. Whether they are special or not, whether they are visually impaired, hearing impaired, speech impaired, orthopedic, once you instill confidence in them, these children can do wonders. The creativity that children have is amazing. As teachers, we might be limited. As teachers, we might not be that creative because we have passed that age when our mind can fly in all dimensions. So this dimension of creating that fantasy world that we have to be into, that can be brought in with stories, puppets, and whatnot that we have all discussed, that we are all discussing since morning. So you have to always remember these 3 words, that you have to connect with the children, you have to communicate with the children, and children have to communicate with you. It has to be 2 ways. And this will instill confidence in them. And once you instill confidence in these children integratively, then your task is done, your objective is achieved. That's all for today.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. I second your 3 points. And this world is but a canvas to our imagination. I agree. I have told in the beginning also. And ma'am, storytelling is an excellent tool of learning. I agree with that also, ma'am. And this is true to all kinds of children, whether disabled or non-disabled. And I'm sure all mothers and teachers and everyone, in fact, agree with this statement. I liked that PPT of yours, ma'am, which says peep into the brain. I liked it. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful, wonderful presentation. And it was really lovely. It was lively and lovely. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. If there are any questions, we'll take those later on. But for now, I welcome now a very special guest. Ma'am, Pawan Sudhir, are you there, ma'am? So I take the privilege in welcoming Dr. Pawan Sudhir, ma'am. She is professor and head Department of Education in Arts and Aesthetics, NCERT, New Delhi. She has work experience of about 32 years of teacher education in different capacities. And apart from the number of researchers, training packages, teachers' handbooks, and number of modules, Professor Sudhir has trained thousands of teachers and teacher educators on art-integrated learning. She has also done a number of video films by NCERT and others on art-integrated learning. Among many projects, I will just name a few of them. Project Head and Concept Leader of Art Integrated Learning, AIL of NCERT, Delhi. The program was launched in 2010 and is now running in more than 1 million schools of 28 states and union territories in the country. AIL is being extended to 42 million teachers of elementary classes under the Nishtha program of MHRD, Government of India, as pedagogy of joyful and experiential learning. National Convener, Kala Utsav, a unique initiative of MHRD, Government of India, to showcase and nurture the artistic talent of school students in the country. The program was launched in 2015 by Honorable Prime Minister of India. Next is she's a mentor and cultural coordinator of the Pradhan Mantri Innovative Learning Program for gifted and talented students. Dhruv, a program has been launched by the Honorable Minister of HRD, Government of India on September 2019. She is National Consultant, UNICEF, on situation analysis of the education sector, response to HIV and AIDS in India. This study was funded by the World Bank in 2007. She is also national editor of UNESCO, in an international survey on quality practices in art education in formal and non-formal sectors.
पवन मैम 2 मिनट में ज्वाइन कर रही हैं
2004. Okay, sir. We are waiting for her. Please let us. Okay. Ma'am, welcome. If you're listening, ma'am, please welcome. I welcome you. She's also, ma'am is there with us now. Sudhir ma'am. She is also national editor of UNESCO, an international survey on quality practices in art education in formal and non-formal sectors, 2003-2004. Ma'am, I was welcoming you from that time. Welcome again, ma'am. Welcome to the webinar once again. Ma'am is also a state project director of Yuva Life Skills Education Program, Directorate of Education, Delhi, from the year 2006-2009. And in terms of participation in international forums in different capacities, ma'am was a keynote speaker and panelist on several programs on art integrated learning as pedagogy on multiple platforms at national and international forums. She also participated in the closing meeting of UNESCO project on promotion of tangible cultural heritage for educators to reinforce education for sustainable development from 24th to 25th of March 2015 in Vietnam. She participated in the round table on creative curriculum, a policy dialogue invited by the British Council, Lahore, Pakistan, from the year 2015 March to 11th March 2015. She represented NCERT and MHRD Government of India in the study tour of Scotland, UK, held from 20th to 25th of January 2014, organized by British Council of India, British Council Scotland and Creative Scotland. This was an opportunity to exchange best practices in the fields of arts education between Scotland, United Kingdom and India. Also, ma'am represented India in the workshop on international perspectives of research in arts education by the Federal Ministry of Education and Research, Germany, in the year 2014, September. She also represented in India in World Summit 2013 of World Alliance for Arts Education, that is WAAE, in Munich, Germany, in the year 2013, May. She represented India in the second UNESCO World Conference of Arts Education in Seoul, South Korea, May 2010. She also presented paper on education through arts in an international conference by UNESCO and India International Center, Delhi 2005. Presented research papers on arts and values at INCEA World Congress, organized by UNESCO in New York, August 2002, chaired and participated in many panel discussions at national levels. And about membership and representation, she is a member, International Society for Education through Arts, UNESCO. Founder member of Nishank, a non-profitable society for education, arts and culture. Member PSC SCERT Delhi. Also, last but not the least, member board of studies, IACE Jamia Millia Islamia. Ma'am, I welcome you from the bottom of my heart to this webinar. Ma'am, hello, ma'am.
Madam, please unmute your mic and.
Ma'am, will you please unmute your mic if you're listening? Pawan, ma'am. Ma'am, you have to unmute yourself.
एक मिनट पुष्पांजलि क्योंकि मैं फोन कर रहा हूँ.
ठीक है.
Hello.
You're audible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome once again.
You are audible. You can speak now, ma'am.
Ma'am, ma'am, are we audible to you?
नहीं, पर मुझे आप लोगों का किसी ओके ओके ठीक है ओके दैट इज द फर्स्ट ग्लिच. नमस्कार फ्रेंड्स.
नमस्कार मैम.
आप लोग मुझे पंकज जी ने बताया कि आप सब तो मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं, पर मैं आप किसी को नहीं सुन पा रही थी. मुझे ऐसे लग रहा था कि आप सब लोग जो है, और अभी भी यही लग रहा है कि मैं सिर्फ सामने स्क्रीन को बोल रही हूँ और कोई आवाज है नहीं. तो पहले तो मेरी तरफ से, एनसीईआरटी की तरफ से आप सब लोगों को जो है प्रणाम. शिक्षा नीति लॉन्च होने के ऊपर आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई, क्योंकि पहली बार ऐसी शिक्षा नीति आई है जिसमें हमें कलाओं का इतना जो है वो समावेश करने का मौका मिलेगा कि शायद हमारे मन की सबकी मुराद पूरी हो जाएगी. और जो भी हमारे ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, जो मेरे साथी मुझे यहाँ दिखाई दे रहे हैं, जिनको मैं पिछले 10 सालों से जानती हूँ, और जो
हर वक्त ये करना चाहते हैं कि बच्चों को किस तरह से हम वो दे पाएं जो हमें लगता है उसके वो हकदार हैं। सो ये बहुत बड़ी बात है, बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है हम सब के लिए। तो इस सब के साथ मैं जो है वो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को और मेरे साथी जो यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं रिसोर्स पर्सन के रूप में और पार्टिसिपेंट्स के रूप में सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई और धन्यवाद कि इस तरह का फोरम क्रिएट हुआ है। अधिकतर देखा जाता है कि हमारा जो सीधा साधा और एक सो कॉल्ड नॉर्मल बच्चा है उसकी शिक्षा की भी कई बार लगता है कि किसी को चिंता नहीं है, पर जब हम देखते हैं कि हमारे दिव्यांग बच्चे, हमारे स्पेशल नीड वाले बच्चे, उनके लिए संस्थाएं, सरकार और हमारे अध्यापक, माता पिता ये इस तरह से इनिशिएटिव्स ले रहे हैं तो बहुत प्रसन्नता होती, बहुत ही प्रसन्नता होती है। साथियों, हम लोग एनसीईआरटी में इंक्लूजन के ऊपर बहुत काम कर रहे हैं, ये आपसे छुपा नहीं हुआ है, पर जो हमारा एनसीएफ कर रहा है, जो
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt, ma'am. The participants prefer to hear you in English. Maybe
do not speak in between. Madam, maximum participants are.
Okay. Okay, very good, very good. ठीक है. I didn't know this.
पुष्पांजलि प्लीज कुछ नहीं बोलिएगा, मैडम सुन नहीं पा रही, उनको कॉल करना पड़ा है।
Sorry, sir. I'm told now that most of our participants are from Northeast, and then it is very much clear, is understood that you all need to listen in a language which you can understand. Otherwise, this will be a case of differently abled itself, that I am saying something which you don't understand, and there is no benefit of talking or having a person like me or having people like you there. So I will repeat certain things which are important. That first of all, NCERT is very much for inclusive education. You all know that from NCERT main campus and our RIs, because one of our RIs, Neri Shillong, is there in Meghalaya and is catering to the needs of all our teachers and teacher educators of Northeast states. So NCERT is promoting inclusive education. We have started working on universal design of learning also, and many of our publications related to Barkha series, which is language learning, is the example of that, where not only those who are disabled or specially able children, even those who are considered to be normal children, but they are not able to pick up the concepts or cannot pick up the learning because of their different kind of intelligence, they are also getting benefit of this kind of learning. So, talking of this particular concept and art integrated learning, I would first like to explain that it's not that children who are with all kind of senses being normal or balanced, that they are the one who are understanding. We have seen after the multiple intelligence model that in a class of 40 children, maybe there are 4 or 5 students who are picking up particular learning style, but there are other 36 who really need different kind of learning styles. So as many children, as many learning styles. And we need to think of a pedagogy, we need to think of an approach, method of teaching and learning which can cater to the needs of all kind of children. Otherwise, the same story which we have done, you will find that on Nishtha portal, many of you will be part of that as teachers, because this is a program right now running for all our elementary teachers of government schools, government and government-aided schools, and all the HOS and principals. There is a one short movie where we are saying that animals started opening a school. So when animals started opening a school, they were conceptualizing, they were thinking what kind of school we should go. Are we going to a school which human beings are having, or we should have a different kind of school? Then they thought, anyway, human beings are intelligent human beings. They have brain and they have been doing education for such a long time. So we will take few things from there and we'll think of new things. So they started working on policy, then they did curriculum framework, then they did syllabi, and then the textbooks. And who all were the students? Elephants, baby elephant, lion, baby lion, cub, and then dogs and monkeys and deer, fishes, crocodile, all kind of things. So this, to cut it short, I'll not try to tell you a story because maybe I'm not a good storyteller. Like we had here a session because I saw this in the brochure that we have a very good storyteller who was doing stories through puppets. So to cut it short, very soon they realized that the crocodile baby was considered fail. It was a failure in the system because it was not able to crawl or climb the tree as monkey was doing. So monkey was considered topper in that. He was the intelligent one, and this child was among the differently able who was not able to do well. Then there came the turn of a rabbit, and there was a lesson on swimming. So they saw that rabbit is a failure. Rabbit could not do well. So other, like crocodile child or the fishes, they were able to swim very well. So at the end, they realized that most of our children are not competent. There's only one or two who are able to, who have different kind of competencies and different kind of, now we call it, from our side, we call it intelligence, if you look at the multiple intelligence model. So they thought that this school will not work because parents realized that most of their children are without any competency. They are failure. So they were not able to do their best, even what they were doing without going to that school. So this, is directly linked with our system. Our system has been designed long back for those people who are mediocres. People, children, learners who are in the genius group, and those who were not fitting in any way in the mediocre group, but so-called the slow learners, or differently, some of them were differently able class. So these are the major number of children who are not fitting in the classrooms. So what should we do? We should work on a different kind of pedagogy. Curriculum can be one, but strategies and methods of learning can be different, and so the evaluation, so that those children who have particular type of intelligence in the intelligence model, in this multiple intelligence model, should also be brought forward and given this kind of space and recognize that yes, they are the best. They are best in water, they are best in the plain area. So looking at all those things, now we see that our new education policy has tried so many things. The recommendations are very much open for this kind of school-based assessment, competency-based assessment. So there won't be one competency, there would be number of competencies which NCERT has designed in the shape of learning outcomes, subject-wise and class-wise. We are promoting multidisciplinary approach. We are saying that forget about only school, because school, you all know that school is a place where already we are talking of multidisciplinary approach. But at after 11th, we see that children are forced to decide on a particular stream or subject, and then even if they want to change, they are not allowed to change. So they keep on proceeding in particular line, and they create those kind of silos. So this particular policy is talking of multidisciplinary approach and level exit in the whole system, so that children, whenever they realize, one, that they are given option that they can select a subject as per their liking, ability, and interest. So if I'm a person of science stream and I want to take music, I can take music as a subject. I want to take philosophy, why not? Scientist without philosophy is a person who will never benefit the society. So now with this policy, we have created those kind of combinations where children and the learners will not feel that they are in a separate box. So even IITs and IIMs are being revisualized. What more should be done there? What more can be added there? Arts are already taking place, like music, dance, theatre, visual arts are taking space in IITs and IIM. But now, in a more strategical and systematic manner, will be done. So one is that now is high time for all of us to understand the potential of education, and in education of arts. Why arts? Since I was not listening to the presentations which were made, but I have seen the list of presenters, and among them there is Dr. Suman Kumar, there is Kapil Ji, Surinder Kaur Ji, people who are already into this and they are doing art integrated learning in a big way. And this particular webinar is for art integrated learning. So I know that they must have spoken a lot about art integrated learning, need of arts, and how art activities can be planned. I will just touch upon few areas so that even if they have spoken about that, my concluding remarks or my touching upon that area will reinforce your learning and your understanding of arts. So the major statement that I can give here, or you would like to listen, is that arts is one area that when a learner is doing arts in a proper manner, then all the three domains of learning, that is cognitive means whatever our education, traditional education system which we were following so far is meant for, so that observations, analysis, synthesis, create things, to imagine things, to think, to express. So like this, if you open a cognitive area, you will find that there are around 50 such competencies which are there in the cognitive area. So cognitive is one. Then we come to affective. Affective is whatever we know, whatever knowledge we have, whatever information we have, how to put this knowledge into action. So if you are learning mathematics, then you should know how to apply this mathematics in your day-to-day life. And maybe you will apply that mathematics when you are making your house, when you are buying things for your house, when you are doing a project. You are a scientist, but you are using mathematics in that, because without math, there is nothing. Even when we are speaking, mathematics is part of that. So if we understand mathematics, if we learn mathematics properly, then we will apply mathematics properly. Same is with EVS. We talk so much about saving water, conserving water, and always making maybe this kind of statements, pani bahut zaruri, water is so important for us. But when we are using water daily basis, we see that we are wasting water. We are really not bothered. If water is not coming on a regular basis, then we are bothered. But if my tap is giving lots of water and my tank is full, then I'm not bothered. Because then theory is something else, and in practical, I'm doing a great level of wastage of natural resources. So, what would be the right approach? If I have been studying properly and if my learning is associated with the effective domain of mind, then my school, my teachers, and me, I'll be practicing this environmental education in my day to day life. So, this is the effective domain. And third one is psychomotor. Whatever I'm thinking, I'm also doing with hands. So, my whole body is involved. All educationists, especially those who are in the field of psychology, they say that unless these three domains are working together, we cannot call the learning a holistic learning. So that means we are just cramming or we are just learning certain facts, and for the sake of examination, we memorize it or we remember it, and once examination is given, certificate is gained whether 99% or 100%, I'm not bothered about that subject. So I'll bother about the next degree. So looking at this, art integrated learning is designed in such a way that whether a general population of learners or our Divyang children or our children with special need, if they are given opportunity to learn through arts, then their learning would be cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. So complete learning. And this learning will be sustainable because they are linking this learning with the subject. They are doing art, whether it's theater or it's music or it's dance or it's painting and sculpture or puppet making or puppet playing, photography or filmmaking. There's n number of activities which you can take in visual arts and performing arts. So whatever the medium is, it can be theater, it can be visual art. This has equal kind of effect. Only thing is that you as a teacher and your learners should be comfortable with the activity. So, and that comfort comes the way we introduce the activity. So, one bigger thing that you have to remember always, whatever you do as teacher or teacher educator, try to bring an experience to your teaching and learning which integrates three domains: cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. Means all the five senses. If it is done that way, all children will benefit. Now, talking of specially abled or differently abled children, I feel that even I am differently abled, I'm a special person. Because I'm not like everyone else. If you go into educational psychology, you will find that every individual is different. We have so much of diversity. It's not only the learning style, it's the expression also. My bringing up, where was I brought up? Who were my parents? Who were my siblings and my peer group? Did I play with them or I was inside the home? So my whole personality as an individual is different than others. So when we come to school, we have to give them some kind of exposure and activities where every child feels special and wanted in the class. But unfortunately, our system so far, in spite of our trying so hard, has been such that most of the creative minds are snubbed in the classrooms, in our normal classrooms. It's not that only Divyang or you call it differently able children are the backbencher. Even those who think creatively, who really do not want to go with that within the box thinking. They want to go out of the box. You have seen so many films, and the Tare Zameen Par is the one which I'm sure many of you have seen it many times. Because that was so touching that though you may not be in the category of Divyang or differently able children. You were normal, very intelligent, doing good with the grades and all. Same was me. I was crying every time I saw this film. I would really cry for that child, but somewhere I found that I am that child who is not being understood. I'm being forced to do what I'm not made for. So our education system had been, is still such that our teachers try to give one kind of box to all children, and all children friends do not fit in that. Art integrated learning, even if a simple teacher who is not very well with the psychology, educational psychology, education philosophy, sociology, or our pedagogy of different subjects, even if he or she is not very good or able in all these areas, but he or she tries to create a space for children and throws an opportunity where these children can do some art experience, but that art experience has to be planned properly so that you don't interfere with the learning process of children. So you give them time to learn, to explore, and then, like a magician, you just take your subject and you take the art experience and just link it. And you will see that those children who were otherwise scared of learning and the teaching system, those who were scared of being judged, that tum kuch nahi kar sakte, you are good for nothing. This is what many a times parents do. They keep on comparing our children, forgetting that this child is special. I'm special, you are special. And no two children, whether they are Divyang or they are normal, they are genius or they are slow learner, whatever the society says, for me, they are all special. I'm special, they are special. Only thing is, as a teacher and as a system, as a school, as authorities, we have to see what to give to whom. So it's not the fault of the child, it's the system, it's we. As policymakers, as school system, as teachers and as parents, we have to learn, we have to grow up, we have to accept every child and his and her special ability. And then you see where they will be. I don't have to tell you that the best brains, whether in science or technology, today and yesterday, were those who never could adjust. Rather, they were thrown out of the schools as failures. But they were able to go for scientific researches. They are able to give us the technology, these computers and softwares and everything. Just go through the list, because this is all at the Google, so I should not waste my time and your time, because we cannot sit here for the whole day. So in spite of having so much of potential in our classrooms, we make them average, or most not even average. We tell them you are good for nothing, go home and maybe live a below standard life, because you don't deserve it. But in art integrated learning, without doing much of efforts, because the whole thing is planned accordingly. If a child is making a small size of elephant and painting it red, we clap for that child. Wow! Because what matters, that child was able to visualize elephant-like creature, and he or she is saying it is elephant, but is giving red color. So how does it matter? It is not mathematics where you have to write 2 plus 2 is 4. Here, elephant plus red color still remains elephant. Because there is an example. I was working with a team of Kerala, and I saw teachers talking of children who painted elephant blue and half green. So when the children were asked, why you are painting elephant with this color? Elephant could be gray, could be black, maybe could be dull brown. Children said that when there is that festival and we color the elephant, I like the elephant which is orange and red and green. Somebody said blue. And teacher was really, I should say that teacher did not have words because teacher was not able to see that. Teacher was only thinking of an elephant, and children knew so much of the culture, and they were seeing elephant of that kind which nowadays we don't even allow them for the fantasy. So this is a approach, this is a pedagogy. Art integrated learning is a pedagogy which provides children so much of space and opportunity to get connected to their imagination, their original self, what they like and what they dislike, what they know and what they don't know, their own purity, and no fear of judgment, which is there in the classroom. So children express freely, and then whatever animals they have made, maybe for EVS, for mathematics, or for language, you can link it, whatever you have planned, because I know that I don't need to teach you how to plan activities. Suman Kumarji and Kapil Gehlotji have already done, because they are excellent teachers and resource persons. They are those who are doing these things in classroom. I'm not doing, they are doing. I learn many things through them. So they have done that, and so are you doing. So I don't need to spend my time on planning and explaining how to plan those activities. But I'm trying to share with you the potential that art integrated learning has. Child, you will see that your children, these children, who can be mentally retarded also, because if they are without sight, still their four senses are working excellently, and we have seen that blind children are doing excellent, and now with the use of technology, even their visual ability, the sense of vision, is also coming, because they speak and they are able to do things which is there. The people with sight are not able to do what they are doing, and they are talented, they can do. Same is with deaf and dumb. Same is with physically handicapped or challenged learners. But those with mental retardness, up to 40%, are also in this category, and they are in our schools. Parents, though they want and they spend so much time, but still sometimes they feel lost and helpless, that their children are growing physically, but they are not able to do the bare minimum for their daily survival. They are not able to do the task for eating food properly, for handling their materials and things, place things, read, write, speak. So many problems are there. We have seen researches, thousands of researches, not only international, because they are many in number, but even in India now we are quite aware, and these researches are happening, that those who were doing art activities, because they are given exposure and opportunity to practice their psychomotor abilities. So their motor skills are getting finer and finer when they are playing something, they are making something with clay, they are trying to paint something. Just for a second, I would like to appreciate the kind of brochure you have made. The child with a fat brush painting, and that stroke is excellent. So thank you for planning this kind of design for this brochure. So children love those colors, and when they are doing mathematics, then teacher cannot laugh, cannot smile, cannot say very good, well done, because if there is some mistake, teacher had to point out. But suppose she does it with clay, and she is teaching the addition and subtraction, and it's only with those concrete balls which children have made. So first, when they were doing clay modeling, all their finer motor skills are developing. They will hold, they will pinch, they will press, they will use so many faculties that their physical abilities will increase. And they know that now nobody, when they make this kind of things, you have the opportunity to clap for them and say, wow, look at her, look at him, she has done it so well. And first time the child feels that yes, I'm being recognized, I'm being appreciated. This appreciation will not hold him or her to only clay modeling or painting or the dance movement or theater which you have planned for the children, but make them do better in mathematics, in language, and in their performance skills. So, friends, I don't know how much time is required because when I start speaking, I forget about the time. So, somebody has to remind me because I'm a very emotional person. And those who know me and have been there in my classes, in my sessions, they know that for me, 10 days continuously is also less. I get very much attached to my learners because I see every individual with so much of potential that I learn from them and they know it. They can tell you that I have learned so much from my teachers who are working as master trainers with us in NCRT and they are with you. So remind me if I go more than the time which I am required to be here. But again, I would like that if there are questions and I'm given opportunity to answer those questions, that would be better than my talking and sharing my emotions and not listening to what you want to say, because you must be listening since morning and you need to be listened also. So, friends, I stop here with one line that if our child is not learning or is not understanding, it's our fault. We are not able to give them the school, the classroom, and the method of learning which they need and they deserve. We are just trying to put a box on the big personalities and now we want them to behave. So let's change our methods, let's accept the speciality, let's accept every child, let's see potential of every child and let's be patient. We have to be patient with children to make them better learner. If you accept them, if you appreciate them, if you have patience, they will become better learner, they'll grow better. But if you start criticizing, your expectations are more than what they can do at the moment, then gradually you are killing their zeal to learn, you are killing their ability to expand, you are killing their interest in schools, in learning, and in the system. With this, I'll stop and I would like the anchor, the organizer, to go for the questions. And if there is anything which I need to talk about, I'll do that. Thank you very much. Once again, I thank the organizers, and I really wish the best. And I'm with all of you who are attending this and who are going to take it back, who are going to reach out to all our children. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Am I audible to you, ma'am? Thank you. I think ma'am cannot hear us. So I thank ma'am for her presentation. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I think ma'am cannot hear us. So I thank ma'am for her presentation once again. Now I request Dr. Krishnakant Tripathi sir, Assistant Professor, Mizoram University, Mizoram, to kindly come forward and give his concluding remarks and for the vote of thanks. Sir.
Unmute, sir. Sir, unmute. Please unmute
Sir,
yourself.
please unmute.
Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, Pushpanjali ji. And as I have to propose vote of thank also, which is considered a last activity of any event. In between, I would like to call Dr. Akhilesh Kumar, who is going to be evaluator of assignment for this event. So let him come and inform the participants what is expectation from them. So please call Dr. Akhilesh Kumar.
So thank you, Kriskan sir. Do you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. Very nice webinar is going on, and I congratulate respected Vice Chancellor of Mizoram University and Director NIEPVD, along with organizers of this webinar, Dr. Kriskan Tripathi and Dr. Pankaj Kumar, for organizing such a wonderful webinar. Very good discussion is going on, and now we have came to an end, and evaluation is always there to know whether we are on right track. Before going to the evaluation, I would like to share one experience recently happened with me. I was taking a lecture in a faculty development program. Then the lecture was on the topic how to conduct webinars. At the end, in question session, someone asked me that how to identify non-serious participants if we are organizing a webinar. And from my experience, I responded that those participants who are asking for feedback form since the beginning, you can identify that they are non-serious participants. So we all can identify such participants. Just a small presentation I would like to present in front of all of you what is the evaluation form and what we expect from you. My presentation is visible to all of you?
Yes, sir, we can see your presentation.
Okay, so this is evaluation cum feedback form, and this is
Sir, some people are asking for the link, no?
Yes. Just wait within a second. After
Right, sir.
stopping my screen, I will share the link. Just I would like to explain what is there in the feedback form. So this is evaluation cum feedback form, and in first section, you have to fill all your demographic details. In the second section, you have to give feedback about resource persons. All questions are mandatory. In the third section, there are 10 multiple choice questions you have to answer, and each question carries 5 marks, out of which at least one need to score 50% marks. And the last section, in evaluation section, the last item is kindly reflect what you have learned and write in 200 to 300 words. And you may upload it. Once you write, save as either a PDF file, or if you are writing by hand, you write and scan it. And it will accept only PDF, docs, and image file. So I hope that this webinar was enjoying and very pleasurable learning for all of you, and I am thankful to all the participants for their patience hearing. Thanks a lot, and I'll be sharing the link. Just you check your WhatsApp.
Thank you, Dr. Akhilesh Kumar. Ms. Pushpanjali.
Sir.
Should I come directly, or you
please,
have something
sir,
to say?
Please do, sir. Please come.
Thank you so much. I don't know where to start, because most of us are already knowing about the theme, about the content which is already presented by learned resource persons of this event. What is my understanding? Actually, very frankly, I texted to Madam Pawan Sudhir also in the morning that I am illiterate in art, but I should not be. That is my feeling. Since what I feel that since the starting of the community life, humans have devised different ways of communication and expression through different media, language, particularly written language, and script, mathematics, and art, painting, etc. When I say mathematics, it is for me, I am a student of language, not of mathematics. It is a symbolic expression which is universal in all the cultures and countries, and hence it is language for me. So I can see drawing and scribbling, doodling of 1 year kid, which is more meaningful for that kid and which is coming before development of language. So I can say this is the basic thing in human life. If we trace the history of a script, which is called written language, we can see that this script, ABCD or Kakaga, also evolved through paintings, pictures, and logos. And after this understanding, I feel that our education system has strayed around out of its roots. To quote Professor J.K. Joshi, who is a learned professor from Uttarakhand, in his video, I listened him in 2013 and 14, he said, art, music, and dance have been essential component of all cultures at present, which is called extra modern or this is modern society, and it was also before 40,000-50,000 years in aboriginal communities. By aiding these three in education system, we can make education interesting and easy. So here I feel that we need a movement to be started for the cause of art for education. Moreover, I would like to inform participants, I will not be repeating, as my job is to sum up, I will not repeat all the words and content which is expressed by our learning resource person. For the cause of art for education, I would like to inform through this platform to whole academia that our university, Mizoram University, has already recruited assistant professors on regular basis for music and arts. I think teacher education system, all university will recognize this thing, and for this I extend my heartfelt obligation to Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor K.R.S. Samba Siva Rao. With this, I would like to propose vote of thanks formally. I extend my obligation to authorities of both institutions, patrons of this event, Professor J.K. Patnaik and Dr. Himanshu Das, Director of NIEPVD. With this, I would like to add these two dignitaries are native of those states which are rich in culture and arts. Professor Patnaik is from native of Odisha, and in my knowledge, if I am not wrong, Dr. Himanshu Das is a native of Assam. So these states, these are those societies which have preserved their culture till now, which I am missing in my own society in Uttar Pradesh. We have lost many arts and culture, folk, storytelling, which were prevalent during my mother and my grandmother's time, who informed me only that this was happening at this festival. So I salute such states who are preserving arts and culture at this extent, like Assam, Odisha, and these two dignitaries could be a great resource for us for this event also, but they have some definite role to play and they have played. I am thankful to them. I am highly indebted to all the resource person, Professor Pawan Sudhir Madam, Mr. Kapil Jato, Dr. Suman Kumar Singh, and Ms. Surinder Kaur for sharing their ideas and enlightening us with their knowledge and skills. I would not repeat the particular things what they have highlighted, but I think video is already there. Many participants who have not participated directly, maybe some technical problem, they will be benefited by this video. I would like to share this video with my students, and I think it is going to be an asset. Thank you to all resource person. I am highly indebted to you for your knowledge and skills. I thank to a special resource person, Dr. Akhilesh Kumar, who motivated both of us to organize a joint event and extended his valuable suggestion and support time to time. And also he is going to be evaluator of assignment of the participants. So I thank you, Dr. Akhilesh. I thank my HOD, Professor H. Malsami, for her leadership, who is convener of this event, and she is an expert in psychology, and she is more living with psychology because she is modest and humble and ready to understand all of us. Dr. Pankaj, who is the other side of me, organizing secretary of the program, and I salute his stamina and caliber. He is doing things faster and effectively. Most important is the support and motivation of participants who made this event successful by sharing interest, showing interest, and sparing their valuable time. Those after seeing around 100, maximum we reached to 105 or 4 participant, live participant. So sometimes I was feeling cheated because I closed the registration exactly at 200 participants, but I could invite more participants to interact here. So anyway, thank you all of you who spared time here with us so long time, because nowadays webinars are conducted for 1 and 2 hours, but this was a longer activity, especially in your lunch time. Thank you all participants. Last but not the least, I thank to Ms. Puspanjali Gupta from NIEPVD for moderating the session, as well as I extend obligation to all from both institutions who worked in background and supported us. Thank you all. Good day. Jai Hind. Puspanjali ji, it's over to you. You may address or say something or close the event. Thank you, all of you.
No, sir, that's all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. We now may close the session, and all assignments need to be submitted through online mode, and the questions of reflection could be done on offline mode. So you all are requested to be active through offline mode, and this is a day-long program. So be active through online. Thank you so much. We are just closing this session within 1 or 2 minutes.